ladies and gentlemen. This is Kent Daniel Benkowski, and you're listening to the Controversy Tapes, episode number 15. Today's date is Monday, October 1st, 2007. Tonight we have a very interesting guest. Tracy Twyman is an occult expert and historian. The author of several books, she has examined various aspects of the occult, and this includes an in-depth examination of the Federal Reserve banking system and currency, which we will be discussing tonight at length. Tracy is also the former editor of Dagobert's Revenge magazine, which was the only magazine devoted entirely to the matters of the Holy Grail story and its various offshoots, including the Knights Templar. Tonight, we'll take a look at her 2005 book, Solomon's Treasure, The Magic and Mystery of America's Money, where Tracy will explain the connection between our monetary system and the mystical science of alchemy. Tracy will also tell us the many reasons why the $1 bill is in fact a magical talisman. On the back of her book, it says the following. Solomon's Treasure explains how the magic of the dollar operates. The creation of money by the Federal Reserve and its exponential multiplication by the procedures of the banking system is analogous to the creation and multiplication of gold in the metaphysical practice of alchemy. The members of the Federal Reserve Board are in many ways like sorcerers, conjuring wealth seemingly out of thin air, distributing it at will to transform the American economy according to their desires. The dollar is fiat currency, declared into existence by the central bank in a manner similar to the creation of the universe by the divine words, "Let there be light." I can tell you that we are in for an interesting ride tonight, folks. One more thing. On May 1st, 2007, Tracy debuted the Unique Plus Ultra podcast. I recommend that you give it a listen. So with that being said, I would like to welcome you to the Controversy Tapes, Tracy Twyman.
Hey, thanks for having me, Ken. It's nice to be on the show.
Well, thank you very much for coming on. I am very interested in the subject of the Federal Reserve and also occult practice of magic. And you describe yourself as an occult expert and historian. How long have you been studying the occult, and how did you get interested in this subject?
How did I get interested in the subject of the occult, or the
Yes.
specific subject? Okay. When I was about 13 years old is when I started studying the occult. It started with, I think, an H.P. Lovecraft book, and it went on to the Necronomicon and Aleister Crowley, and then eventually I got interested in Freemasonry and other secret societies. And I began to realize that there was an occult way of interpreting history that gives you insights that you can't get otherwise. I found that my knowledge of the occult and secret societies from all the reading that I had done, and I also mingled in occult circles and, flirted with a few secret societies myself, I found that experience and that background knowledge enabled me to be able to make sort of cognitive leaps, I guess, when I'm interpreting history. I can see patterns, underlying patterns that a person not familiar with the occult might not see. And I used that intuition and that sort of, sort of psychic idea, I guess, of how realization of the direction that something is going to go in. I pursue that feeling and I find out if there's any factual basis for it. And if there is, then it goes into my book. So I hope I explained that well. But what I mean is that, there's connections between things that are often overlooked in ordinary history books. And if you follow where those connections are leading, you'll often arrive at a conclusion and find out that there was a secret society behind a certain historical event, or that there's, mythological, archetypal connections between events in history that mean that they are connected in an underlying hidden way, perhaps even a spiritual way. I find that as myths, that the myths from ancient cultures, they often have the same sort of archetypes. That's what Carl Jung called them.
Right.
And I find that those archetypes actually repeat through known history, not just in what we consider to be fictional mythology, but known history. We see these same sort of archetypes emerging, like the myth of the lost king, a king who is dethroned, a usurper is put on the throne, and everyone thinks he's dead, and then he comes back triumphantly. It's something that appears in ancient mythologies, then it's something that also has happened in history, and you have to wonder, were the events contrived by the participants so that it would match mythology, so that it would have the same sort of archetype, or did it just naturally happen that way? And I don't know really the answer to that. Sometimes it's explainable as a conspiracy, or the people involved were contriving it to happen that way. And then sometimes there is no explanation. Sometimes you just don't know. But that's what I'm talking about when I talk about myself as an occult historian. I wouldn't say that I'm an expert on any particular aspect of history the way, a real expert with a PhD would be.
Mm-hmm.
But I consider myself an occult historian, and that I can see these occult underpinnings throughout history, and I can find conclusions that other historians might not be able to find. And I know that some of the things in my books are speculative, or could be argued, but I think there's a lot of facts that I've discovered, and connections, real solid connections that I've discovered between things, conclusions that I've come to, that I absolutely believe are true, and that I haven't seen anyone else publish before. So I think my method is working. It's not necessarily the way a normal academic scholar would go about it, in that, the proper way to do research is to do the research and see where it leads you, and to not have any sort of preconceived notions. And I respect that, and I do that a lot. But I also sometimes do have a preconceived notion, and I see if I can prove it, if I can find evidence to support it. And I do think that if you find the evidence, if what you speculated turns out to be true, provably true, then that is a valid way of doing research too, because when you start researching subjects deeply, you start to have an intuition about how things work and whatever subject that is that you're studying. And so I think that I've gotten to this point in my researching where I can sort of know beforehand, before I open the book, what the book is going to say, because I just know the patterns of history follow the same patterns that we find in mythology and scripture. So that's how I became an occult historian, to answer your question in a very long-winded way.
One of the things I found very interesting about this book is that you compared the Federal Reserve board members to sorcerers, and you also make the connection between what they do and the science of alchemy. How did you discover this connection?
Well, really, again, it was a matter of what I'm talking about, this intuition. I sort of thought about it. I've known for a long time about how fiat currency works and how the Federal Reserve operates, and that they literally declare what the value of money is. They decide. It's not based on gold or any.
Right.
It's supposed to be sort of free floating relative to other currencies, but they can make all sorts of monetary policy decisions that change the value of money all the time. So I knew that was happening. I knew that there's this practice called fractional reserve lending, where a bank really only has to have a fraction of their money on hand, and the rest of it is loaned out to other people. Well, they can then loan that money out, even though other people have it. They don't have it themselves physically. They can then use that money and loan it out to others. And so the money supply multiplies exponentially.
Right.
And, nothing physically is changing. So I knew that. And I just thought about it. I decided one day, I was looking at the $1 bill actually, okay? And I saw that it was covered with all these mystical symbols that have connections to Freemasonry, et cetera. We all, as conspiracy theorists, have read this stuff before.
Right.
But I thought, there's got to be more to this than the New World Order and, what people normally interpret the message of the dollar bill to be. And I said to myself, well, I'll bet you that the Freemasons, the magicians, because I do believe Freemasonry is a form of occult practice, they would have encoded this talisman, this $1 bill, with the secrets of what money is actually about, on a mystical level. And I wondered, what does that really mean? How can I penetrate the mysteries of money and what money actually means in a mystical occult level? And so I decided to pursue the mystery of money, to find out what it's really about. And the more I thought about what I knew about the banking practices, I thought, hey, this is very similar to alchemy, because in alchemy, you either change lead into gold, something of little value into something of great value, or there's another alchemical practice where you take a little bit of something and multiply it.
Right.
Similar to the loaves and the fishes story of Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And so, that is what the banking system is doing. It's creating a lot of money out of very little reserve.
Mm-hmm.
And magically, multiplying it, and it's actually the act of distributing the money that causes it to multiply. And the thing that gives money its value, because it's not based on gold, the thing that gives it its value is our belief in it. And that is what is hinted at in alchemical manuscripts regarding the so-called philosopher's stone or the Azoth, the universal agent, the magical principle that allegedly turns lead into gold. A lot of people have tried to interpret what that is. And as far as I can tell, what they're hinting at is that it's human belief, human willpower. It's all in the human mind, our ability to change reality, to turn one thing into another.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what the people who the architects of America's monetary system, that's how they created the monetary system. They embedded those same principles into it. And it just seemed logical to me, because I knew that, Freemasons were instrumental in the creation of this nation and in setting of monetary policy and in the design of the money that we use. So I knew that occultists, magicians had been involved in making those decisions, creating the system that we use. And so it only makes sense that they're going to use the principles of magic in the monetary system. And so all I did was apply the known principles of magic and alchemy to the monetary system, and I found that is exactly how it's working. And so going back to the $1 bill, I found that there's symbols all over the $1 bill that connect to this idea. This is what the real message of the $1 bill is. It's not necessarily, as some people have interpreted it, the New World Order is coming, we're bringing the devil back to earth, and the Antichrist is going to reign. I mean, I don't think that's really the message. I think the purpose of the $1 bill, the designs on it, is to strengthen the American public's faith in the dollar, as an institution, and their faith in their government, and to combine that faith with their faith in God. You should have faith in the government and in the dollar the same way that you have faith in God, and that is why they put the message "In God We Trust" on all of the money, because they want you to place your trust in God, and thus, by extension, to the American government and the American monetary system. It's actually "In God We Trust" actually is derived from a Masonic motto, where you're actually asked to, in Masonic rituals, you're asked to make a pledge that you put your trust in God. There's some sort of ritual they do where someone asks you, in whom should you place your trust? And the correct answer is in God. And so it has a Masonic origin, the term "In God We Trust," even though some people say otherwise. That's what it is. And then there's many other things going on the $1 bill that point to this.
Tracy, most authors who describe the occult symbols on the dollar bill have not gone as far as you have in your interpretation. Could you talk about some of the symbols that some of these other people have missed?
Sure. Well, one of the things right off the bat is the color of the money itself. It's green, and you can look at other currencies around the world. Maybe some of them are green, but ours is the only one that's, I think, been so consistently this color. This is the color of money, according to everyone in America. This is what they think of when they think of money. They think of green, and that has a meaning. It means fecundity and fertility, and thus, by extension, wealth. And that actually is something that's said on the website of the Bureau of Engraving that engraves these dollar bills. They admit that is what the color green means. That's why it's there. And this concept is reinforced by the fact that you find foliage all over the $1 bill, on the front and back. There's different types of plant life being represented. And it's just like in the ancient world, they would put these sorts of symbols on things that they wanted to represent the fertility god, or if they were having a fertility ritual, they would use these sorts of symbols. And so that's supposed to, again, reinforce the idea that the dollar is worth something. We are a wealthy country. You are wealthy for being an American. So that's one of the first things right off the bat. Now, another thing that conspiracy theorists always talk about is the fact that the number 13 is repeated on this dollar numerous times. In fact, I counted them, and it's funny. It's actually, what is it? There's 13 representations of the word one, or the number one, on the $1 bill. And we'll get into the concept of one in a minute here. But this number 13, of course, it's also associated with the country itself. There were 13 stars on the flag initially. It allegedly just goes back to the fact that we initially had 13 colonies. But really, there's a lot more to it than that. The 13 is associated with alchemy again. Some people say that there were 13 stages to the process of alchemy. And regardless of that, the number 13 is associated with this Azoth principle, or the philosopher's stone, as I call it. And it represents that concept. There's a lot more complicated, like, mathematical connections with the number 13. It connects to nature and geometry, sacred geometry, and the Fibonacci sequence, which I'm not going to get into, but it's in the book. And all that is tied in with the concept of alchemy. And the number 13 is also specifically associated with this demon, idol, deity, whatever you want to call it, that was worshipped by the Knights Templar, precursors to the Freemasons. And they always claimed that they worshipped, they called it Baphomet. And they said that Baphomet, he was a head, a severed head. And they said that Baphomet gave them wisdom and wealth. And it was Baphomet that made them wealthy. So once again, here's the connection between the number 13 and the concept of wealth and the concept of alchemy. Because Baphomet is also considered a representation of the philosopher's stone. So that's the meaning of the number 13 as far as I can tell. That's why it's all over the $1 bill. Now back to the number or the word one appearing 13 times on this. For one thing, I just noted that you don't have to say 1 13 times on the $1 bill. You know, it seems like overkill. But they're trying to get something across here, which is the concept of unity in the American public. They want us to feel like we're all a part of something together. Because that's very important to maintaining a stable state and a stable monetary system. You know, we all have to agree that this dollar means the same thing and it represents the same amount of money. If we don't all agree on that, then it doesn't work. The magic doesn't work. So it's important for us all to feel like we're all on the same team, you know, we're all one. E pluribus unum. And it's true that in general, we all as Americans feel that way. And I think it's legitimate. I am not necessarily a patriot in that I don't, I choose not to say the Pledge of Allegiance and stuff when they try to get me to say that stuff. It makes me uncomfortable. But in general, you know, I'm proud to be part of this country. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. And I think most people feel that way. And I think there's more of that going on here, more unity than in a lot of other countries. And I think, I don't know if it's contrived or not, but these messages on the $1 bill definitely reinforce that concept. The concept is also reinforced on the number one symbol that people think of when they think of the $1 bill, and that's the pyramid with the eye on top. The pyramid also represents our unity as the American public. It represents e pluribus unum, because out of many one, because it's got all of these different parts that have all been put together into this perfect pyramid shape, which in occult symbolism and Masonic symbolism, a pyramid represents a perfect hierarchy. You know, everyone in their perfect place in society. Mm-hmm. And then above us, the all-seeing eye of God, which is the unifying principle. And in fact, the term unifying principle, once again, is another synonym for the philosopher's stone. The glue that holds reality together. And in an atom, there's a mysterious force that holds that atom together. There's something hidden. There's a hidden principle in our physical reality. This is the you might call it God or the ether, and you could also call it the Azoth or the philosopher's stone. And that's the hidden principle in our monetary system, and that's also what the all-seeing eye on top of the pyramid represents. So those are some of the things that have been overlooked by other commentators. What are some of the other things? Well, in addition, the reason why the book is called Solomon's Treasure is because I did make some connections between our current monetary system, and especially the $1 bill, and King Solomon and his treasure, his temple, and I actually showed in the book that there was a coin that was minted in ancient Tyre, it was in the Middle East. It was very close to Israel, and they did a lot of trading together. In fact, the king of Tyre is the person that financed the building of Solomon's treasure. Well, they minted this coin that it was a shekel, just like the Israelites called it. And if you look at the front and back of it, it's got the head of a king, I think. Or no, it's the head of Zeus. Who is this guy? Anyway, it's got a head that looks very similar to the head of George Washington on our 25-cent piece. And then on the back, it's got an eagle that looks very similar to the eagle on the back of our quarter. And it's almost the same size as our quarter. So I pointed out in the book, it's very weird that this coin existed in ancient Tyre, and now we have a very almost identical coin now. Once again, there's like a hidden connection between our monetary system and that used in ancient times. This coin, by the way, circulated in Israel. It was before they started minting their own coins in Israel. They were using coins minted in Tyre. So Solomon would have had some of these coins. Now, Solomon and Solomon's temple are very important, of course, to the Knights Templar and to the Freemasons. All the Masonic rituals refer in some way or another to the building of Solomon's temple. The Freemasons style themselves after the Masons that built Solomon's temple. And likewise, their predecessors, the Knights Templar, their name, the word Templar comes from the Temple of Solomon, and they were founded there. And some people believe they discovered a secret there. And that may have been the key to their wealth. That may have been the Baphomet that they worshipped. They discovered something there that gave them the key to becoming wealthy. And I think it must have been something that taught them this principle of alchemy, monetary alchemy. And that secret was passed on to the Freemasons, and then they put it into the $1 bill, into the American dollar. And by the same logic, obviously at one time King Solomon had it. King Solomon also was extremely wealthy. So it stands to reason that that's one of the secrets he might have left for future generations, in which the Knights Templar might have discovered.
Very interesting. Most people believe this, what I'm going to refer to as lies from our history books that talk about our founding fathers being represented as Christians, when in fact there's plenty of evidence that clearly indicates that the United States was founded in the principles of the occult, as you're just talking about here. Can you briefly, outline this for the listeners? Why that this is true about the founding fathers and their occult connection?
Sure. Well, for one thing, I just would say that I wouldn't say that they're not Christian. I don't think it's fair to try to say what someone else's religion is. You have the right to believe what you want to, and if that's what you say you believe, who is anyone else to say that you don't believe that? But and it is possible to be a Christian and to believe a lot of things that are outside of Christianity as well. Of course, mainstream Christianity doesn't accept that. The founding fathers did almost all have beliefs that would not have been accepted by either the Catholic Church or any of the mainstream Protestant churches. And that's why they kept it secret. That's why they hid these principles, that they were laying, these occult principles that you mentioned that were embedded into our American system of government, into the $1 bill, into the design and architecture of Washington, D.C., for instance. They planted these symbols of their belief system. What they were really doing, in my opinion, when they put all those things that I'm sure your listeners have heard about, all the Masonic imagery in Washington, D.C. We all know it's laid out according to a pentagram, and then there's just a lot of the statue of George Washington standing in the pose of the god Zeus, for instance. It's now been moved because it was very controversial. It's been moved to a less conspicuous place, but that used to exist. There's a lot of imagery that refers to the constellation of Virgo.
Right.
And as I explain in the book, there's a lot of imagery that relates to this concept of Baphomet. And actually, I guess one of the core non-Christian ideas that is, at the heart of our own Christian or American heritage here is the goddess Columbia, who was invented by our founding fathers as the national goddess of the United States. And you can see statues of her in Washington, D.C., or other representations of her, and that's why there are place names around in the Americas called Columbia, because they're named after her. And allegedly she got her name from Columbus, who discovered America, supposedly. But I've interpreted her name to mean something a little bit different. That there was actually a mythological figure called Columba. Well, it actually was a dove, and I don't want to get into a big long explanation of it, but basically, Columba represented the dove that in this Greek myth that I'm not even going to recount because it's too long. The dove sort of showed the way for this ship that was trying to pass in between these two rocks that were crashing together, and the dove was the one that helped the ship get through safely. So it's like this guiding principle is what it represents, basically. I don't want to get into too much detail, but so there's a mystical concept behind this goddess, and the imagery of Columbia really is very similar to a lot of the other national goddesses. Like they have the same thing in France. They call her Marianne, and she looks almost the same. The imagery really goes back to Pallas Athena, the goddess of Athens. And she was really Venus. She was really the goddess, or Artemis. There's numerous permutations of the same goddess figure throughout history and throughout the world. But anyway, to put it very briefly, she represents the planet Venus and the sacred feminine and all the concepts that go along with that. And so there's definitely lots of evidence that the founding fathers paid homage to her when they laid down the foundations of Washington, D.C., and thus the United States. And then they're also paying homage to Baphomet, and they're also paying homage to the Father God, to Jehovah. There's lots of references to Jehovah in this imagery. And so I think, I wouldn't say that they were devil worshippers or pagans, or anything like that. They just have a more complicated understanding of the universe and religion than a lot of mainstream Christians. But that's what Freemasonry is about. It's about all of the mysteries of Freemasonry relate to these concepts that have been in religion and mythology for since the beginning of time, since the beginning of human history, but didn't make it into mainstream Christianity. All the forgotten concepts and principles, they allegorically teach their members about these concepts, reintroduce them to these concepts. But back in the 1700s, when our founding fathers started doing all this stuff, they could have really ruined their lives if anyone knew about these heterodox beliefs that they had. And so tell anyone. They just secretly embedded it. And you know, that's really the way it works anyway. A magical symbol is much more powerful if not everyone who looks at it knows what it means. And that's what these symbols are. They put these symbols all over Washington, D.C. to subliminally affect everything, us and the way that the country operates. When they were laying the foundations of Washington, D.C., and they literally laid the foundations. Originally it was a square, a perfect square, and eventually they sold some of the territory across the Potomac River, and I believe it became Delaware. At any rate, so it's no longer a square, but originally it was. And they had a Masonic ceremony led by George Washington, where they laid the foundations of this square, and they placed a cornerstone at the corner of it according to traditional Masonic ritual of cornerstone laying. This ritual of cornerstone laying goes back again to the ancient world. They're basically following the way the ancient Israelites used to do it, and it involved a sacrifice of corn and wine and oil. They would pour this over the foundation stone that they were planting, and then they would make a prayer to God and officially dedicate whatever building it was. And so they did this ritual when they laid the original square that became Washington, D.C. They also did it when they created the Capitol building and when they created the White House. All three times there was a Masonic cornerstone laying ritual led by George Washington. And what they were doing is it was a magical ritual dedicating the United States to the deities, to the spiritual principles that they worshipped, or I wouldn't even say worshipped, that they were allied with, that Freemasonry is allied with. And so our nation was dedicated to Venus under the guise of Columbia, to Jehovah or Jupiter, Jove, whoever you want. It's the same figure there. And then they also dedicated it to Baphomet, which is the god Baphomet is really a hermaphroditic figure, both male and female. So, it creates this perfect trinity, really. There's a male, there's a female, and then there's one that's a combination of the two. And that's who our nation was dedicated to. And, and yes, it would really disturb people, or a lot of people anyway, if they realized that, even today. But, once again, that's why it's kept secret, so that people won't freak out about it.
Yeah, definitely. Have you found any of this type of symbolism on any of the other denominations of the money?
Oh, yes, definitely. I mean, especially if you look at some of the old coins that have been discontinued, there's some really weird stuff. There's a Mercury dime, and actually has the god Mercury on it. And Mercury is the same as the Greek Hermes. The Roman Mercury was considered to be analogous to this Baphomet principle that I'm talking about.
Right.
He was the god of alchemy. He's the one that taught the principles of alchemy to mankind, brought them down from heaven. So it's interesting. You would find him on an American dime. And then there's also one, for instance, it's called the Liberty Penny. Anyway, it has a picture of a girl representing the concept of liberty. And again, that's Columbia. That's our goddess. That's Isis or Venus. It's the same figure that you would find on the Statue of Liberty. It represents the same thing. In addition to that, let's see. There used to be some dollars issued, paper dollars, in the early part of our country's history that had the same stepped pyramid that you find on the back of the dollar bill now, but it said Dio Favente Perennis on it. It sort of means God favors us and is eternal. But again, the Masonic symbol there. I guess another important thing to point out is symbol of the dollar itself, the S shape with the line through it.
Yeah, talk about
that's
that.
a big connection to alchemy. And that, in fact, when I realized that, then I knew that my hypothesis is correct. Because, okay, the symbol of the dollar was allegedly chosen to be the symbol of our currency by Thomas Jefferson. Now, he wasn't a member of the Freemasons, but he was one of these, he was definitely an occultist and into the same sort of ideas. He was friends with all Freemasons. And he's the one that suggested we use the symbol for the dollar. And the thing is that it's almost identical to the symbol of the caduceus, which is the symbol of alchemy. It's a hole with a serpent on it that Hermes or Mercury used to carry around. It was his magical wand that would change lead into gold. And so that is the symbol of our dollar. Now, there's some other interesting connections there, too. I was telling you about how the coins that were minted in ancient Tyre were also used in ancient Israel. Mm-hmm. So King Solomon would have seen these coins.
Right.
And thus, possibly any secrets connected with them might have been passed down to the Templars, the Freemasons. Well, there's this other coin that they minted, and it literally has a serpent wrapped around a tree, just like the Garden of Eden, and then he's flanked with the Pillars of Hercules. And when you see this serpent wrapped around the tree, it's unmistakable that that's the dollar sign. That's exactly what it looks like. And so, again, I think that's evidence that this concept existed back in Solomon's time, the concept of connecting alchemy and magic to money, and that secret was passed down all the way to the modern day Freemasons. And, I think it's quite possible that whoever designed the dollar sign, if it was Thomas Jefferson, he might have been looking at a picture of this coin when he did it.
Sure, that sounds totally logical.
Well, there's this, okay, I have to bring this up too because it's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The Federal Reserve building in Washington, D.C., if you were to go there, you could find on the side of the building that there's this bas-relief engraving sort of thing.
Yeah.
And it's done by this artist called John Gregory. It's called America and the Federal Reserve Board. And it has our national goddess there, Columbia. And she's holding the shield of the Federal Reserve in one hand, and in the other hand she's holding a caduceus. And not just something that looks like a caduceus. It is the caduceus like you would find Hermes holding in ancient pictures. That's what she's holding. So, I mean, they're saying it themselves. I don't even have to theorize it. They're coming out and saying it on the side of their own building. We do alchemy.
That's the picture in your book, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if the dollar bill is a talisman, as you're saying, and I think you have laid out a perfectly logical and believable thesis for that concept here, how do we break the spell?
Well, I don't know that we really want to. We're one of the richest countries in the world. I know that the dollar is weakening right now against the euro and the pound, but really we've had a long period of time here where we've had the most stable and the strongest currency in the world. So I don't know that we would want to break the spell, because this we need it. We need our money to work. If you woke up tomorrow and found out that no one believed in money anymore and they weren't accepting your dollars, you would be totally screwed. And I don't think that we want to go to this system of relying on gold again, because that the thing is about fiat currency versus actual, what you would call real wealth, like gold or silver or physical goods, is that you're limited by what you have. You can only trade that for something else of equivalent value, but you can't make more of it. But you can with fiat currency. You can always use money to make more money. But back before people had invented fiat currency, really fiat currency was invented by the Knights Templar when they invented the checking system. The checking system is the same thing. It's a piece of paper that represents money. And if people accept it, then it becomes real. So they invented this system back in the 1300s. Well, I guess actually they invented it in the 1100s. But at any rate, what was I saying? No.
About breaking the spell.
Yes. Okay. I was talking about how this really improved our lives as the human race. You know, once fiat currency was invented, it became possible to increase your own wealth. And it doesn't mean taking it away from someone else. It just means that you have more to work with. Instead of trading, a bucket of lard for some wheat or whatever you have for whatever they have, you can get money and then you can spend that for whatever you want. So, I mean, you look at the way people were living in the Dark Ages before the Knights Templar invented money, and now it's a vast improvement. And the truth is that all of the science and technology that has been invented, all the research that has happened since that time, couldn't have happened if we didn't have the sort of monetary system that we have. So I think it was a wonderful thing they did, actually. And I wouldn't want to have it any other way.
Okay.
Well, what do you think?
Well, I'm concerned about the fact that our economy is in dire straits at the moment, and that they want to replace this with this currency that's going to be a combination of the wealth of Canada, the U.S., and Mexico, and this is tied into the idea of the North American Union, just as they've done with the European Union during the 90s. And so that's my concern and my reason for asking that.
Okay, well, I mean, if I hear President Bush saying that he wants to do that, I would totally disagree, and I would stand up and say so. So far, it's theory that they're planning on doing this, but that I don't think going back to the gold standard, which is what a lot of conspiracy theorists suggest we do, that's devastating. That's going to ruin us. We can't have that, and I just think it makes sense if we're worried about the economic trends that we're seeing. We need to start electing people that care about this country, and stop thinking of the economy as being represented by the stock market. Because that's multinational corporations that might hold their wealth in some other country, and they'll employ people in some other country. So there are American corporations, quote unquote, that have a lot of wealth according to the stock market. But that doesn't mean that we Americans have a lot of wealth. I think if we could, elect some people that have our best interests at heart and can be honest with us, then, maybe we can reverse that trend of the money and the value of money going overseas. I just think that it's been selfish decisions made by politicians that are, being paid off by powerful lobbyists. That's what's allowing our economy to be mismanaged so that it doesn't benefit the people of the United States anymore. Now, I would like to reverse that, but as far as changing the monetary system completely, I object to that. I object to going back to a gold standard, and I also object to any sort of unification of our currency with any other country's currency.
Yeah.
Now, another thing that people fear, though, is a move to a totally electronic currency. And I think, I don't know, I can see why you would be afraid of it, but it's sort of happening anyway, and I do it all the time. I hardly ever use cash. I find it much more convenient to use the debit card. And also, the principles of economics state that the faster the money moves, the more it multiplies, the bigger it gets faster, So, and there's actually a term for it called, I believe, liquidity. Not liquidity. There's a term that represents the speed with which money moves in economics. And And so anyway, I think that if we got an economy where people are moving money around electronically more than they are now, well, I think that's good because it just means our economy is going to improve. And and I'm sick of standing behind old women in the grocery store waiting for them to write a check. So, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to not be able to have dollars.
Or counting their quarters out.
Yeah, there's some things you want to buy and you don't want to have to swipe your credit card,
Yeah, definitely.
But I wouldn't really fear the electronic money unless it goes in the direction that you're talking about, where we're uniting currencies globally. Then okay, the Christians are right, and the Antichrist is coming. So I don't want that to be true, and I hope it isn't. But if it starts going in that direction, I'll eat my hat and I'll say, and I'll start agreeing with you guys about, the conspiracy. But right now, I don't see enough evidence for it.
Fair enough. In the remaining moments here, I wondered if you could take a moment just to tell our listeners where you can be found on the internet and maybe talk a little bit more about some of the other books you've done or whatever.
Sure, yeah. Well, right now, you can find me on the internet by going to TracyTwyman.com. Spell my first name without an E, so it's just Tracy. My middle initial is R, and my last name is Twyman, Twyman. So it's TracyRTwyman.com. And if you forget the R, if you just go to TracyTwyman.com, that'll get you there too. And you can Google my name, and I'll easily be found. In addition to that, my books are all on Amazon and on BarnesandNoble.com, so they're easy to obtain. My other books are The Merovingian Mythos and the Mystery of Rennes-le-Chateau, which, prior to writing about the origins of money, I spent about 10 years researching the mystery of Rennes-le-Chateau and the Priory of Zion and the Holy Grail. And like you said at the introduction, I had a magazine called Dagobert's Revenge that explored these concepts in depth. And when I finished publishing the magazine, I published a book that sums up all my findings in that regard. And it's somewhat connected to the things I've been talking about tonight. The Philosopher's Stone is the same as the Grail. And so I explain how, in the book, I explain the possibility that there's actually a physical object that represents, that is the Grail as well, that is the Philosopher's Stone. There's legends all over the world throughout history that there was a stone from heaven that fell to earth, and it's been sort of a relic that's been passed around down through the generations amongst members of secret societies ever since. Some people believe it was buried at Rennes-le-Chateau in France, which is connected to the Priory of Zion. And so I explored that concept. I actually was at Rennes-le-Chateau for a while and studied the evidence there and interpreted the various symbols that can be found there, both on the ground and in literature that's published by the people that live there, members of the Priory of Zion. And I don't want to give the whole thing away, but I think that I got once again to the heart of the matter of what the Holy Grail really means and why the symbols of it keep appearing throughout different myths and throughout history. So those are, and I guess I do have another book, which was the Arcadian Mystique, which is the best of Dagobert's Revenge magazine. So it's all the articles, the best articles that we published throughout the 7 years. And there's some articles in there that weren't published that, you can only get by buying the book.
Oh, excellent. Well, thank you very much for a fascinating time tonight. I really appreciate you spending some time with me and going over these issues. And as I mentioned at the top of the interview, I'm very interested in these ideas, and out of all the books I've read about the Federal Reserve, yours was by far the best.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I could make a recommendation for people who are really interested in the subject. There's a book that was totally mainstream, published in the 80s, called Secrets of the Temple, How the Federal Reserve Runs the Country, by William Greeter. And that I used that as a reference a lot in the book. And interestingly enough, the term the temple, as applied to the Federal Reserve, is a sort of inside term that they use amongst themselves on the board. They call themselves members of the temple. They refer to themselves as magicians. It's a joke that they use in the office.
Wow.
So once again, I didn't make it up.
Wow, that's fascinating. Definitely. Tracy, thank you so much.
Sure. Hey, It was great. Great conversation. Thanks for having me.
Okay, great. We'll have to do it again sometime.
Sure.
Okay, have a good night.
All right, talk to you later.
Okay, bye-bye.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Kent Daniel Benkowski, and you're listening to the Controversy Tapes, podcast number 46. Today's date is Monday, May 26, 2008. Before we begin tonight, I just wanted to address a few areas of concern that people have written me about over the past week or so. As I have mentioned on my website, I'm going through a series of dental extractions which will lead to a eventual dentures because of some conflict with HIV medication that I received about 15 years ago. This damage began. Unfortunately, my dentist at the time did not know anything about the interaction between the teeth and the medications, and this is the reason for this. What I've decided to do is, in between the extractions, as I am able to do so, I will put out sporadic episodes of the Controversy Tapes because I thought that was more valuable than just taking the whole summer off as I originally planned. Tonight I have with us a very interesting author who this time brings us a book about mind control, Tracy R. Twyman. Tracy has written a number of books, everything from The Truth About the Federal Reserve and the symbolism that we see on the dollar, the Knights Templar, and everything in between. And when I had an opportunity to read Tracy's new book, I was very interested to do so, and it's a very excellent book. This book is available on Tracy's website as a PDF download for $4.95, and I will put that link on my website as well. And this book is well worth $4.95 for the education that you will receive in reading it. So with that being said, welcome back to the Controversy Tapes, Tracy.
Thank you, Ken. It's very nice to be back, and I'm very sorry to hear about your difficulty with the dental issues. I have experience not necessarily with those type of dental issues, but I've had many dental issues in the past, and sometimes people just don't understand that it's at least as bad or worse as some other type of health problems you could have, and my heart goes out to you. I hope everything works out.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. So to begin, could you tell me how you got the idea for this book and how it came together?
Well, honestly, a lot of the material, in fact, most of it, I gathered in the year 2000 and 2001 when I was doing some research for an article I was doing for Hustler magazine. And, it was something that I just had a passing interest in, but, they wanted me to publish this article about it, and so I started delving into it rather deeply. I think I had first heard about it on David Icke's website and in his books, but, he had some, like, he was interviewing Arizona Wilder, and, her claims are very wild. But then I learned about Kathy O'Brien and Noreen Gosh, and I think it was when I started interviewing Noreen Gosh, and I started putting it together, with the cases of missing children, that I realized, as wild as some of these stories are, if even a fraction of it is true, it's tremendous, and the world needs to know about it. I will say that, the article that appeared in Hustler in 2001, with all due respect to Hustler, I feel like they really misrepresented me, because they ended up editing it in such a way, they put in a lot of vulgar terminology that I never use, and they edited it in such a way to be really disparaging to the claimed victims of this mind control. And, I guess to a certain extent, if you're going to put your claims out there in the world, you've got to be subject to criticism. But I felt bad for Noreen Gosh, whose son really did get kidnapped, and who knows what happened to him. But I really felt bad that she might have been offended by it. And, my apologies to her. But anyway, so I did all this research. I interviewed Kathy O'Brien and her husband, Mark Phillips, and I interviewed Noreen Gosh, whose son got kidnapped and in the 80s, and it was a big case at the time. It was on America's Most Wanted and stuff, and she subsequently learned that, she had some informants come to her saying that her son might have been kidnapped by a satanic cult that's involved with the U.S. government, with the CIA, and and also one of her informants was Ted Gunderson, who I also interviewed, and another one of her informants was this fellow named John DeCamp, who was a Nebraska state senator who became involved in investigations into what is now called Project Monarch. And so that's how I got started. I was doing this article for Hustler, and just did hundreds of hours of research and interviewing and transcribing the interviews of these people, and put it all together in an article that ended up getting hacked to pieces and edited in a way that I didn't totally agree with. And so years later, now I decided that I would put out the pretty much unedited version of the article and all of the interviews. And then I did a follow-up chapter at the end where I reviewed cases that I could find in the news and current events since 2001 that have happened that I felt were corroborative, or at least suspiciously similar to the other cases that are purportedly part of Project Monarch.
Very interesting. I have a very interesting thing that happened when I read Kathy's book, Transformation of America. I was at home here reading the book one evening, and I turned to a particular page inside the book where there is a series of photographs. One of the photographs is depicting Kathy standing next to a gentleman who she identifies in the text of the book as one of the major cocaine traffickers in the Virgin Islands. And these two individuals are standing next to a Jeep. And as it turns out, Tracy, this is the brother of a good friend of mine here in Buffalo.
Wow.
And I contacted my friend John, and I said, I need to come over to see you, like, immediately. And I have something I need to show you. So my wife and myself, we drove over there and showed him the book, and he's like, holy cow, what's going on with this? So the next day he calls his brother on the phone and does something that I asked him to do. I said to John, I said, tell your brother that Kathy Cox said hello to him. And he said that his brother asked him about 50 questions in about 30 seconds, real nervous. Where do you know her? How do you know her? Why do you know her? What did she want from me besides just to say hello, and so forth. And as it turns out, this was the one time that I actually saw in a book a situation that involved an actual person that I knew.
So what sort of conclusion do you draw from that? Do you really think that he was a cocaine trafficker or involved in any way in Kathy O'Brien's alleged abuse?
Well, he wasn't involved in her abuse.
Okay.
He went to the Virgin Islands to run a distributorship location for electric industrial parts. And he said that he told his brother, which then came to me, that he was, at that point, visited by the CIA, and they told him that we're partners now, and you don't have a choice in the matter, and this is going to be something that will make you a ton of money, which it did, and it will also cause problems for you in terms of traveling and coming back to the United States. This person has missed weddings, all types of family events, important anniversaries, deaths, weddings, and so forth, which he always deals with in absentia. You have any comment on that?
Well, that's interesting. Very strange. I don't know. Kathy O'Brien and her husband Mark Phillips, I find their stories very hard to believe, but I also have to wonder why they're doing this. And, maybe it's part of some sort of disinformation thing, or maybe they were involved in some sort of mind control experiments, or at least intelligence operations. Now, Mark Phillips is her husband now.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding is that she claims that, as a child, she was molested by her father. She was part of what she said was an intergenerational family of incest, I guess.
Right.
In Muskegon, Michigan, and she said that everyone was doing it in Muskegon, Michigan. It was like the culture there that there was incest and rape of children in at least a cluster of families in Muskegon, Michigan, and I guess her father at one point got in trouble for molesting her, or somehow it came up in the court system. And instead of him actually being punished, what happened, she says, is that some CIA people came and basically hired him, said that, what you're doing to your daughter can be part of our operation, and continue to do it, and do it according to our rules and instructions, and then we can use her as a mind-controlled slave later in life. So, so she says that she was subjected to rape and satanic ritual abuse by her parents, and then a variety of other people, including, Robert Byrd, Governor George Romney, and then a number of different U.S. presidents, including George Bush Sr., George Bush Jr., and Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. She eventually became what she says is a presidential model.
Right.
That she was subjected to this abuse with the purpose of breaking down her mind so that she would become malleable, and they could program her to not only perform sexual favors for like the rich and powerful, but also she said sometimes she was used as a courier of information. She would be sent over to, say, the president of Mexico by her handlers, and that they would like program her mind with information that they wanted to pass on to the president, and also she would be sent over sort of as a present to the president of Mexico. Here's a sex slave to entertain you for the night. And she says that part of this, the point of this, is these sex slaves can be used to compromise politicians. I guess it all falls under, the point of view that there's this Illuminati cabal controlling the United States and other governments of the world. This group of high, powerful people that all keep each other's secrets and are involved in secret societies. And in order to keep each other in line, they use these sex slaves to compromise these politicians. They'll have sex with them and then film it. And, a lot of times they're children when it happens, allegedly. So, of course, it's very embarrassing for any politician to be caught on video having sex with a child. And presumably from there on out, that politician is under the thumb of the Illuminati or the cabal. They have to do whatever they say, because otherwise these videos could be released at any time and destroy their career. So anyway, that's Kathy O'Brien's main story. She says basically, she was a mind-controlled robot her whole life. That she would sort of slip in and out of different personalities. When they broke down her mind with the ritual and sexual abuse, it caused it to fragment into multiple personalities, and each personality could be programmed to perform different tasks, different sexual tasks or otherwise. And so she says that she has, very disjointed memory of her childhood and a young adulthood. At a certain point, she had a daughter, that's right, Kelly. And she said Kelly was also subjected to abuse. But at that point, when Kelly was alive, it was a bit more sophisticated. They started using what she called harmonics. Different sound vibrations could be used during the abuse to aid in the programming of the mind. So at a certain point, she and her daughter ran into this other fellow, Mark Phillips, and I forget the exact name of the company he was working for, but he says that he was working for some company that was like a subcontractor for the CIA, and ended up running into who was, I believe, Kathy O'Brien's husband at the time, Alex Houston, and he had this woman and her daughter in tow, being basically used as his slaves, and Mark Phillips sort of figured it all out, what was going on, and ended up rescuing them. And taking them away to, I believe, Alaska, where he used his contacts in the intelligence world to get information about how to deprogram her. And over a period of months and years, he tried to deprogram her and her daughter. My understanding is that it worked very well with Kathy O'Brien, so they say, because now she's able to do books and seminars and interviews, and she sounds like she doesn't sound normal, but because she has a very outrageous story to tell, but she's so able to communicate using the English language normally that it's kind of hard to believe that a person like her could have gone through all of this trauma and then ended up the way she is now. So, that's, again, part of why I find her story kind of hard to believe. But if you do believe it, then, okay, Mark Phillips did a pretty good job of deprogramming her. Unfortunately, with the daughter, so they say, she, was much more far gone, and she ended up in a mental hospital. And I don't know if she's still there now or not. She's, an adult now, so I don't really know the whereabouts of Kelly O'Brien. But what Mark Phillips and Kathy O'Brien say is that Kelly just was sort of nuts and couldn't be helped, really. And they even said that that the mental hospital that Kelly O'Brien was staying in tried to prevent Kathy and Mark from interacting with her, trying to deprogram her in any way. And at one point they got the court to bar them from using certain words such as Wizard of Oz, George Bush, and mind control. Wizard of Oz being one of the, I guess, programming methods that, boy, I mean, this is such a wild story. I guess I'll have to get into that. Kathy O'Brien and other people that claim to have been through Project Monarch say that there were all these sort of programming bases that were used, different like make-believe worlds that they were put into, and their different personalities were associated with. And one of them was, well, a lot of them had to do with like children's movies and especially Disney movies. So, Wizard of Oz and Peter Pan. These were all movies that they used to program the children. And, so like one of Kathy O'Brien's personalities might believe that she's Peter Pan and that she'll never grow up, and that personality always lives in a childlike state. So anyway, that's why, allegedly, that is why Kelly O'Brien was not allowed to use the word Wizard of Oz, because the government did not want that stuff to be revealed, the Disney mind control programming. So that's Kathy O'Brien, and it's not only a wild story, but she literally says that she's basically had sex with every president since Jimmy Carter, and been used as a presidential model. She says that the secret government has some sort of AIDS vaccine that they gave her and other presidential models. She can never get any sort of STD. Actually, it's a vaccine that prevents her from getting any sort of sexually transmitted disease, and it seems to me like that's something that can be proven true or false if she really wanted to prove her claims. Another thing she says they did to her is that they carved a witch's face into her vagina. So, I don't know, for ritual purposes, and so that it would have like a sort of friction effect while you're having sex with her. Mm-hmm. She says that when Hillary Clinton was abusing her, that Hillary Clinton found this really arousing. I mean, her book is just full of all these lurid details, and but what I found suspicious when I was interviewing her is she would not repeat the names of these people, or sometimes she did, but she would try to stop herself. She'd say, well, I would like to refer to people to the book rather than talk in the interview about the names of the people that abused me. And it seemed to me like, that was like she was trying to avoid some sort of libel suit or something, but of course it's already in the book, so, what's done is done. And it seems to me that none of these high-profile politicians have bothered to complain at all about what she has in her book. But yeah, I just found that kind of strange that she didn't want, when she was actually interviewed about it, she did not want to specifically say that Bill Clinton and George Bush and all these people had actually abused her. So I don't know what to do with Kathy O'Brien. I mean, it seems to me like if that sort of stuff had happened to you, you might go a different route than publishing books and doing seminars, especially if she has any sort of evidence at all. But I don't know. I guess that's not for me to judge. But yeah, I found her claims very wild. However, as I delved into the subject more, what I did find is that there does seem to be sort of a confluence between cults and sexual abuse of children, mind control. I mean, that's something we know about, like from the Manson family and Jim Jones and things like that. The cults practice mind control, and cults often the leaders are having sex with the followers, often children, like the FLDS. So there definitely seems to be a little bit of confluence there. And another thing I found is that there does seem to be cases in which the intelligence community in the United States, the UK, and in Europe is involved in procuring children and prostituting them to high-profile individuals, videotaping it, and then using it against them. I don't want to say that I don't know if this is like above board or what, or if it's some sort of rogue element in the intelligence agency, but I found, as I mentioned in my final chapter of the book, a number of incidents in which that appeared to be occurring. And to me, it sort of makes sense, because one of the things that intelligence agencies have always done, going back to World War II and probably beyond, in order to control someone, is they use what they call, the honey trap. They put a woman out there to seduce someone that they want to control. They either want to bring them in to be a spy for them, or they want to get information from them, or they want to prevent them from doing something they don't want them to do. So they send a woman in to seduce them, and then they videotape it, or I guess back then they would film it, and then they use that against the person. And that's something that, the intelligence agencies in the UK definitely during World War II used, and they admit it. And so you just have to use your imagination a little bit, and you can see how maybe they're still doing things like that today. And, it's much more damaging to have pictures of someone having sex with children. And as I discussed in the final chapter of Mind Control, Sex Slaves, and the CIA, there are a number of cases where it looks like children were procured from orphanages and prostituted to high-profile people. And then some of the pictures ended up on the child pornography market, and high-profile individuals are implicated. And also, it appears like in many of these cases, the investigation was bungled. When it finally came to the police's attention that this was happening, over and over again, we find instances where they lose the evidence. Whoever the lead policeman involved is, he decides not to pursue it. So I did find that it looked like that sort of thing does happen. Now, talking about presidential models and stuff, there's not a lot of verification of that stuff beyond Kathy O'Brien's stories. There's other people who have come out since Kathy O'Brien's book came out to make similar claims about having been presidential models. But it seems to me like it's very possible that all those stories are just based on Kathy O'Brien's. You know, she gave this idea to other women who are maybe unstable and like to have fantasies. And it seems to me that the stories about presidential models, women that were mind-controlled specifically to be prostituted to the president, I just don't see much evidence for it beyond Kathy O'Brien's stories.
Mm-hmm. One of the most unbelievable aspects of this issue for most people is the aspect of satanic ritual abuse.
Right.
How believable do you find that to be personally?
Well, again, I'm sort of on the fence about this. I would not want to say that satanic ritual abuse never happens. I've been, involved in the occult underground myself. I've been investigating the occult since I was, a teenager, and I've been sort of tangentially involved in a number of occult societies. I've hung out with these people, Mm-hmm. And on the one hand, I've met a lot of people that are kind of sick and megalomaniacal, and so they're kind of into causing pain to people, and sometimes they like to get their kids involved in their rituals. And so I can imagine, like, as a 4-year-old, if you're involved in some sort of satanic ritual, even if there's no blood sacrifice or rape or anything, it's still a traumatic event. You don't understand what's going on, and you're going to grow up and have a horrible memory of that. So I don't know. It's like, I can believe that it happens, but at the same time, I know that these stories get made up a lot of times. I did experience it, myself when I was a teenager. It's something I describe in the final chapter of the book. Basically, like, a friend of mine, his parents sort of got into this whole idea of satanic ritual abuse, and he and I were both into, like, goth music, and we wore dark clothes and stuff. And his parents came up with this kind of wild idea that we were involved in a satanic cult. There was they had a sheep farm, and one of their sheep apparently got butchered in a sort of satanic way, or that's what they thought. And instead of asking Brian, what happened, they launched this investigation. They told the cops, they told the school that we were both going to, and they got their church involved in investigating us because they thought that I was the high priestess of a satanic cult and that I had gone into this guy's yard to kill this sheep. And it ended up like I got sort of pushed out of school, and I found out later that the police had been investigating me. My friend got followed around town by people who were surveilling him and taking pictures of all the places that he went. And it was all absurd. I mean, if they had asked us what was going on, we could have dispelled them of any idea that we were involved in a satanic cult. And I was interested in the occult, but I love animals. I'm not going to go kill someone's sheep. It was so ridiculous, and yet it got expanded to the point where they thought there was this huge conspiracy. And so that was my experience, and that was rather small compared to some of the other things that have happened to other people. There's a lot of things happened in the 80s. We all remember the McMartin preschool trial.
Yeah.
And, those kids were saying that they went on a helicopter ride with Steve Garvey, and they were sacrificing giraffes. And, just really absurd things. And their parents, who were responsible for putting these allegations out that these children had been molested and subjected to satanic rituals in which animals were killed. Their parents, I don't know, it seems to me like they just got caught up in a hysteria. And I know that can happen and does happen. So you've really got to, investigate these things before you go around accusing people of being involved in a satanic conspiracy. You can ruin people's lives and, ruin your own reputation as an investigator when you go around making wild claims like that. Again, I'm kind of on the fence about it. But there's this other aspect to the claims about Project Monarch. They say that satanic rituals were used to as part of the traumatization of the child. That it may not have even mattered that whether their abusers actually believed in Satan or not. They were just trying to, freak out the kid to a point where their mind would fracture. And I suppose, if your goal is to break down someone's personality, maybe that's a way of doing it. And then, we all know that there's a certain confluence between cults. I don't know, like Skull and Bones, for instance. We know that there's a lot of high-profile people involved in that. Now, I don't think there's any proof that Skull and Bones is going around molesting children or sacrificing animals, but they're doing rituals that could be considered satanic, basically bowing down to the devil and kissing a skull. And so it's like there's a little bit of... it's possible that there's some people in high positions of power in the CIA that are interested in Satanism. We know there's some people interested in Satanism that are involved in the military intelligence, such as Michael Aquino, former Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, and he was a high-profile member of the Church of Satan. Then he started his own what he called Temple of Set, Order of the Trapezoid. He was involved in military intelligence and actually at one point wrote this document that you can find on the internet now. It's called From Psyops to Mind War, and it's all about using mind control methods during war against the enemy and also on the home population to make them more patriotic and stuff. He's talking about using ELF waves and all sorts of technology. And the co-author of this thing was Colonel Paul Vallely, who, up until recently at least, he was a military analyst on Fox News a lot. So, you've got this... and here's another detail, is that Michael Aquino was successful in getting Satanism recognized as an actual religion in the military, and people can not only join the Church of Satan or the Temple of Set in the military without fear of repercussion, but they can get a satanic burial if they want, And so that's interesting. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. But Michael Aquino was also accused at one point. He was at the center of a satanic panic scenario. There was this military base called Presidio in California, and there was a bunch of children that came up with evidence of having been abused, and some of them got STDs and stuff. So something happened to these kids. And they claimed, or some of them claimed at least, that Michael Aquino was the one doing it, or he was the ringleader. And he got investigated. There's actually a little bit of confusion about whether he ended up having to pay some sort of fine or it was disciplined in some way. He says he was cleared. And I've talked to Michael Aquino too. Actually, I've communicated with him several times. He says this is total bunk. He was just targeted because he's a Satanist. And so I don't have enough evidence to disclaim that.
Disclaim the fact that he's a Satanist, or disclaim the fact of what he supposedly did?
Well, I don't have any more evidence than what's already available out there to point the finger at him as having been a ritual abuser of children.
Okay.
So, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that for now.
And the nature of your communications with him were by phone Email.
Email. I mean, Michael Aquino is actually very easy to get a hold of. I think he has this website called Xeper.org, Xeper. I'll have to check that to make sure that's the exact address. But you can Google Michael Aquino and you'll find him. And send him an email and he'll write back to you. He's not hard to get a hold of, and has always maintained his innocence about this particular subject. So yeah, satanic ritual abuse might happen. Here's an instance which I'm pretty sure it happened. The Manson family. All those ladies had children running around at the ranch, and a lot of them, finally grew up and were able to tell their stories. And yeah, they were getting raped, and they were being given LSD as children, and they were involved in whatever rituals the Manson family was doing, sometimes of a satanic nature and sometimes just of a weird nature. And so there's an instance in which it happened. If you've got a cult and they're living sort of a secluded, separate life on a compound or a ranch or something, and they've got children and there's no sort of interaction with the rest of society, it's very possible, even likely, that there's going to be some molestation of children there. I mean, I think it happens a lot in Amish communities too, from what I've heard. And some of these obviously we know about the Mormon sects that do it. It's just something that goes hand in hand with secluded cults. But, I just don't have very much evidence about satanic ritual abuse at the upper levels of government. I mean, I have what the stories that people say. One of which, I guess, is Noreen Gosh says that her son disappeared in the 80s. And at some point in the 90s, as an adult, he finally came back for one night to tell her what's been going on with him. But he couldn't stay because it was too dangerous.
Right.
And then he told her this story about how he had been prostituted to the rich and famous from childhood onward, mind controlled and subjected to satanic rituals, and that this is all part of the child porn industry, and it's all part of compromising politicians. I don't know if he used the term Project Monarch, but so there's another source of it, allegedly, that the children that are being abused by these child porn networks are subjected to satanic rituals. And then, John DeCamp interviewed a number of kids, some of them from Boys Town, that had been abused, and they told a very similar story about satanic rituals and being prostituted to rich and famous people. And there's a case in Nebraska where someone was prosecuted, a guy named Larry King, who was very important in the Republican Party there in Nebraska.
Yeah, and not the broadcaster from CNN, by the way.
Yeah, good point. Not him, but another guy named Larry King got put in jail for molesting children, and then some of the victims told the same stories about satanic rituals. I suppose one way of looking at it is that child porn is very much underground, is there with the most extreme types of porn. Sometimes involves not just sex but torture, and so it may involve, when they're setting the scene for the film that they're doing, they might have it involve a satanic ritual too. That could be, it could be just part of the cinematography. Basically, it's possible that there's like an element of child porn out there that's satanic child porn. I wouldn't know because I don't go around looking for it. But I've seen when I did some research into this case in Belgium with this guy named Marc Dutroux, who ended up we know of at least 4 girls that he killed and a lot more that he raped, in this little dungeon in his house. And it was this huge case in Belgium. And both he, Marc Dutroux, and all of his victims say that it was all part of this much larger thing where it was a child pornography and snuff film network. And a lot of those victims say that there were satanic rituals involved. I did look at this one website that, they said there was this disclaimer on the website. It was about Marc Dutroux. It had tons of information about the Marc Dutroux case. And they had this disclaimer that said, there's some objectionable pictures here, but they're just for purposes of education. And so I actually, for the first time in my life, got a few glimpses of horrible, horrible images of child porn. There's like a snake coming out of a girl's vagina and just awful, awful things that, could very well have been part of a satanic ritual scene as well because, snakes, could have been part of a satanic ritual. So it's not too hard. It's not too far out there. If people are willing to molest children and torture them on film, satanic rituals, it's it's just as easy to believe, I guess. Mm-hmm. Or hard to believe. It's hard to believe people do this stuff, but apparently they do.
Yeah, it's very sad that people do this.
It was really actually quite horrifying to me when I finally did my most recent investigation into this so that I could write a final chapter to the book. And, I was really forced to deal with the harsh reality that there is not only child porn out there, but that it's really disgusting, more so than you could even imagine. And then it does seem like this stuff couldn't go on without some sort of complicity at the highest levels of government. It's not like a government policy necessarily, but obviously some people are choosing to look the other way. Another thing I found, I was looking for some FBI statistics on missing children, mm-hmm. and I couldn't find anything except this one report that they issued in 2006, and it was so poorly written, it really was hard to tell what it was they were saying, and it was like they were deliberately trying to be obtuse. And I did a little bit more research and found that the FBI has been fighting for years pressure from other missing children groups to release this information. They want them to release an annual report, like the State Department does about sex slavery. Mm-hmm. Well, the FBI refuses to do that except when forced by a judge. And that happened once in 2006, and it hasn't happened since. And you got to wonder, what are they hiding? I can assume it's just incompetence. There are just actually a large number of missing children in the United States. No one knows what happens to them. Whatever it is, it's horrible. And they just don't want to talk about it. And and here's another thing. When you do read the State Department's report about sex slavery and the trafficking of children and women and even men in the world, it's just astounding the numbers of people that are actually slaves in the world, and there's no records of them because it's all underground. But they've got sort of numbers, statistics about how many they think are out there, and it's millions and millions. And they think that the vast majority of these people are being used as sex slaves. And it's just astounding to me that this is not a bigger issue in the news media and for government. And I really think it's a major issue with our porous border. We talk about Mexicans coming and taking our jobs and stuff. That's a concern. But really, there's a lot of people, not just Mexicans, but just people in general, being trafficked across the border and used as sex slaves. And some of them are used in America, some of them go on to other places. But, we really got to get serious about this. And it seems to me like really a crime that we're allowing people to come across the border. We're not monitoring what they're doing at all, and a lot of times these people are really slaves being abused. So, that was another astounding fact to me to just have to face, is that there's just so much sex slavery going on in the world, in America. I saw another story about it on I think MSNBC the other day. There's like, say for instance, in, what was it? I think it was Texas. They've got these cantinas where, there's all these Mexican ladies that are just being held inside of a bar as sex slaves. People can go in and buy them for the night. And there's a whole strip of them. The cops know what's going on, and they've basically made it a no-go zone. The bouncers of these clubs are armed, and they have surveillance cameras all over the place. So when the cops come driving down the street, the bouncers all come out with their guns and sort of intimidate them and make them go away. And, like, we're allowing this stuff to happen. It's just amazing to me. Another thing, okay, every time someone goes in to get a happy ending massage from one of these Asian massage parlors, most of the time those people are sex slaves too.
Yeah.
And, why do we allow this? That's my question.
Yeah, that's a very good point, by the way. Can you talk about Ted Gunderson and the Finders?
Well, sure. Ted Gunderson, I guess, said that the Finders were an organization that procures children for the sex slave market. And they're very scary and mysterious. And I don't recall exactly details that are any different than what I've already told you, but they go around kidnapping children. That they will like have a specific order for a type of child, like down to hair color and eye color and body type, and so they'll go around and they'll find a child that looks just like that, and then they'll wait for the right opportunity to kidnap them, and then they become sex slaves for either just the general child porn and child sex slavery market, or also for these perhaps secret government programs.
Can you tell our listeners who Ted Gunderson is, and do you find him to be believable personally?
Well, okay, I'm glad you asked me that. Ted Gunderson's a former FBI agent, and then, like in the 80s, he became sort of a expert on satanic ritual abuse, and he was actually largely responsible for the investigation into the McMartin preschool incidents, and then he was, at the head of a lot of satanic ritual abuse investigations, which I found to be but maybe uncredible, and maybe an instance of him targeting people, innocent people, and hurling accusations against them. And then more recently, we know that he really did hurl an accusation against someone very carelessly, Art Bell. Basically, it seems like what happened is he heard Art Bell, as we know, he had a child that was being molested by his teacher, and the teacher had AIDS and everything, and I think that he kidnapped him for a while and took him to another state. It was this horrible incident in Art Bell's life that he chose not to talk about on the air. And then Ted Gunderson heard through the rumor mill this story, except he heard a really garbled version of it, and he thought he had heard that Art Bell had been molesting his own child. So then he went on the radio, some Christian radio station, and told the world this. And, so Art Bell was very angry and had to dispel all these rumors, and in the process had to tell the story of what had happened to his child. And I believe that was the first of several times that Art Bell quit his show for a while and let other people take over.
Yeah.
And, I just thought, that shows the kind of person that Ted Gunderson is, and if he's willing to do that, it really puts all of his other stories about satanic ritual abuse in a very bad light. So I would say, in general, I don't believe Ted Gunderson.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that. And for the same reasons, too.
So go ahead.
I was just going to say, before we wrap things up here for this hour, do you have anything you want to add that you haven't brought up so far? Well,
I guess I just want to say that of the people I interviewed, Kathy O'Brien, Mark Phillips, John DeCamp, and Noreen Gosh and Ted Gunderson, the only people that I really don't think were lying were Noreen Gosh and John DeCamp. Doesn't necessarily mean that their information was correct, but I found them to be credible people, that they were telling the truth from their point of view. Now, with these other characters, Ted Gunderson and Kathy O'Brien and Mark Phillips, I'm really kind of suspicious. But I think this is an interesting subject that people should learn about, because there really is child sex slavery and pornography, and there really does appear to be a cover-up of it to a certain extent at high levels of government in the Western world. So, learn about it, learn the facts, and draw your own conclusions.
Yeah, good point. Well, Tracy, thank you very much for spending some time with me. I greatly appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, it was great. It went very fast for me.
Okay, great. And as I mentioned, I really enjoyed your book. And I will be putting a link up to your order page for that book.
Thanks. Yes, it's called Mind-Controlled Sex Slaves in the CIA.
So that wraps up another episode of the Controversy Tapes. This is Kent Daniel Bentkowski coming from Buffalo, New York. And until next time, keep going after the truth, people.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of Banal of America Audio. We have a very cool guest here on the line for this week's episode. She is a hardcore researcher of just all sorts of occult and esoteric stuff. And really, to be honest with you, she's one of the first guests, or one of the few guests that I've had where I'm just hugely intimidated about this interview, because I feel like I'm in way over my head on a lot of this stuff. But I've been always fascinated by her interviews and her books and her articles. So when we finally connected on Facebook, I knew it was time to bring her on the show and, showcase her stuff to the BOA Audio listening audience. She is Tracy Twyman, and she is the author of a number of amazing books. Let me run down the list for you here. Mind Control, Sex Slaves, and the CIA, Solomon's Treasure, The Magic and Mystery of America's Money, and The Merovingian Mythos and the Mystery of Rennes le Chateau. Tracy, welcome to Banal of America Audio. Go easy on me here. I'm doing my best on this heady discussion of esoteric matters.
Oh, you're doing a good job so far. Thank you very much for having me.
Oh, it's great to have you. I'm really excited. And like I said, I've enjoyed all your interviews and all your stuff, so I'm looking forward to getting a chance to talk to you about all this different stuff. And I know that you've been swamped with appearances regarding the Mind Control, Sex Slaves, and the CIA book, so we're going to try and take it off that course and give you a breather for a change here in the spring of 2009, so you don't have to keep talking about the same thing you've been talking about every appearance since the book came out.
Yeah, thanks. That's good.
Yeah.
I talked about it a lot. I think I've said just about everything I can possibly say about it right now. But basically, just so your listeners know, that was a book about an alleged CIA project called Project Monarch that supposedly was involved in creating, mind-controlled sex slaves for use in operations where they would try to compromise people in positions of power that the CIA wanted to control for one reason or another. So they'd set them up with a a woman or a child, a mind-controlled sex slave to seduce that person, and then they get it on camera, they'd record it, and then they could control that person through blackmail after that. That's a thumbnail sketch of what that book's about.
Yeah, so people should check that out, and we'll touch on it maybe at the end here briefly, but like I said, we don't want to go over already worn ground here that you've talked about a lot on other shows and stuff like that, and since this is the first time we've had you, there's a whole host of different stuff we can talk about, and the first thing we should do, of course, is the bio background. You know, who is Tracy Twyman? How'd you get interested in all this esoteric stuff? And how long have you been doing this research? Because I know you're a fairly prominent researcher in the field, especially in the realm of, like I said, this occult and esoteric stuff that a lot of people, you know, they just can't dive into it because it's just so amazing. And your research is so thorough. I'm just blown away by it. Like I said earlier, I'm just intimidated as hell by this interview, but I'm looking forward to getting some answers to some of these questions and stuff.
Thank you. Well, my interest in the occult, I guess, started, I was about 12 or 13 years old and started reading, Lovecraft, and then after that led me to Aleister Crowley, and then I met someone who told me all about Freemasonry and its influence on governments, and that's when I got really interested in, like, secret societies and, their influence on the world history behind the scenes. And so I think I'm 30 years old now.
Oh, wow.
That was, that was a while ago. But I've been doing this, since I was a kid. I started writing about conspiracy theories for my college newspaper when I was 16. I was going to a community college at the time.
Wait a minute, you went to college at 16?
Yeah, because here's the thing, like, this is related to the occult, okay? When I was in high school, me and my friends were all into goth, and we dressed, in black clothes, and we were all interested in the occult, and we were trading books amongst one another. And this got us bad reputation in school, and it was a small town. And all of a sudden, the school started investigating me, having like...
Oh, boy.
Yeah, they brought my parents in for a conference, and, it was basically they were saying, because your daughter is weird, she's probably doing drugs, she's probably, in a gang or something. I know.
Oh, boy.
And so my parents just said, this is stupid, and they pulled me out of school. And they sent me to the community college instead, and that's where I finished my high school, and I got started on my bachelor's degree and stuff. But while I was there, I was working with a school paper, and my editor actually allowed me to have a bi-monthly long column about, whatever I wanted to write about. I started getting interested in, like, the theory about maybe that AIDS was started deliberately by eugenicists. I started writing about the New World Order, and I learned about the Federal Reserve, which was really just a really important thing in my life. I learned about it. I wrote an article about it. I took an economics course because I couldn't believe that this was real, which basically what I was learning that, the Federal Reserve is creating money out of nothing and then charging us to use it, basically, so that over time all of the real wealth gets aggregated in the hands of a very small oligarchy, and everyone else is just holding debt. That's a thumbnail sketch of what I learned about the Federal Reserve, and I was just like, I can't believe this is real. So I took an economics course in school, and it was like I learned all about how the economy works, and there was nothing in there that contradicted what I had learned from the conspiracy theorists about the Federal Reserve. I did really well in that course. My professor actually told me that at one point he called me aside after my first essay that I wrote. He said he thought that I had plagiarized it. He said, "You didn't write this yourself, did you?" And
wow.
It's like, yeah, come on, I'm a writer. I know how to write. And I actually had to show him some of my articles from the paper before he believed that I had written this. And, then he told me that I was the best student he had ever had, and that it was the best, some of the best writing on economics he had ever seen. And I was really amazed, and I ended up, that was the only economics course I ever took, and I ended up studying, like, film and stuff after that. But I think, that gave me the courage, at least, to realize that I know what I'm talking about this stuff. Economics is so complicated, and most people don't even try to wrap their heads around it. But after hearing from my professor that the things I was writing in my articles were true, that that really helped. And so I didn't write about that stuff for a long while. I ended up graduating, and I started Dagobert's Revenge, which is this magazine about esoterica. I put out my first issue when I was 18. It was like basically photocopied pages, and I distributed it for free. And it was just meant to be fun, It was like a performance art.
Yeah.
I had learned about the Holy Blood, Holy Grail topic. I read it when I was 17, as you and your listeners probably know some of this stuff. Basically, the theory of that book is that there's this bloodline, royal bloodline in Europe that can allegedly be traced back to Jesus. You have to believe the theory that Jesus married Mary Magdalene, and then they fathered children, and that the Merovingian bloodline in France, that was the first dynasty of kings in France. The theory goes that they were actually descendants of Jesus, and thus also all the other royal families that they intermarried with throughout history. So, according to Holy Blood, Holy Grail, there's this bloodline, and there's a secret society somewhat related to Freemasonry called Priory of Zion that has been sort of protecting the interests of this dynasty. And it was hinted in the book that they were plotting to sort of bring them back into power. It was kind of a neo-monarchist movement. And they interviewed a representative of this organization, the Priory of Zion. His name was Pierre Plantard. And he had actually been putting out these weird little magazines, self-published, on behalf of the Priory of Zion. And they had all these weird messages, kind of coded messages and pictures in them, revealing the secrets of the Priory of Zion.
Okay.
And I kind of wanted to copy that. I thought that was such a neat idea. I wanted to put out my own magazine in a similar vein and just make people think that I was a representative of the Priory of Zion. I wanted them to think that this was something put out by a real secret society. And that's the way Dagobert's Revenge was at first. Dagobert was one of the Merovingian kings. We named it after him. And as time went on, I started writing full-length articles for this magazine. We started actually, instead of it being a photocopy, we got offset printers. We got Tower Records to distribute it internationally.
Nice.
Throughout the United States, and then in Canada and a few other places where they had stores. We had a couple of other small distributors too. And so it became this real thing, and we had advertisers, and we got some other writers. And I was very seriously pursuing this research into the Grail bloodline, the Priory of Zion, and also this mystery in France of this location kind of out in the country in southern France called Rennes-le-Château. It's a very small village where there's a lot of the Priory of Zion had put out a lot of information hinting that there was some sort of treasure buried there that would blow the whole story of Jesus and his bloodline wide open. So I started studying that as well and pursuing that mystery in the magazine. And then eventually the magazine went away, but I wrote a full-length book about it, which I guess you have now, The Merovingian Mythos.
Mm-hmm.
And in my research, I ended up tracing this whole mystery back way further than Jesus and Mary Magdalene. I asked myself, well, if Jesus did indeed have descendants, then he's not an ethereal being, really.
Yeah.
And he didn't die on the cross, according to this theory. So you wonder, what is the significance, really, of Jesus in the eyes of this bloodline? Why would they look to him as, being the person that makes their bloodline, legitimate or holy or something?
Yeah.
It's got to go back further than that. And I just amassed an amount of evidence. I wouldn't call it I don't know if you would call it evidence. It was more like, because I don't know if there really is a bloodline of Jesus or if Jesus even existed or any of these other things. I'm basically just trying to interpret what was the Priory of Zion trying to say with all of this information that they were putting out, all of these hints. And then they basically were saying that there were artists throughout history that were clued into the mystery as well, and sometimes when you look at certain pieces of art, you can find clues as to the nature of this mystery. So I don't know if this is, historically accurate or not. In other words, is there really the treasure of Rennes-le-Château that I was envisioning? I'm just saying that this is what they're saying. This is the hint that the Priory of Zion is trying to put out. They're alluding to something, and there's several writers now. There's like at least 100 writers out there writing about this subject, and they're all trying to interpret that. What is the Priory of Zion saying? And what I came up with is that they're alluding to much more ancient mysteries. They're alluding to something going all the way back to megalithic times, prehistoric times, antediluvian times. And it all goes back to the same thing, the Nephilim. It has to do with this alleged interbreeding between angels and humans, which is in the Bible alluded to. It's also in a lot of other ancient texts. Well, you can find it in Judeo-Christian Apocrypha easily, but then if you look at the myths of other cultures like the Greeks or the Sumerians, you find that they're basically telling the same story of gods or angels coming down from heaven, breeding with humans, and this is key, creating royal bloodlines that are descended from them. So in my mind, it just all came together. It's like, what meaning in modern times could a mystical royal bloodline possibly have? But if we're talking about a royal bloodline that goes back to beings that are greater than human, then that's significant. And especially in interpreting it in a Judeo-Christian mold, if we're talking about fallen angels in the Bible and in the Book of Enoch and some of these other apocryphal texts, these are the fallen angels. These are Satan's warriors, basically. This is what the war in heaven was really all about. It was about the angels coming down from heaven and breeding with humans against the will of God. And that was the whole cause of the flood in the Bible. And it says so in Genesis 6, but it's like, people sort of forget that it was all about this hybrid race that was created when angels bred with humans. And that's what God was trying to get rid of in the story when he created the flood to wipe the earth clean again. It wasn't because humans were bad and they were, having premarital sex or something. Right. It was specifically because of this. Yeah. So that's what the book is about. It's exploring not only the mystery of Rennes-le-Château and Priory of Zion, but really the whole of Western esoterica in terms of this bloodline going back to the angels. And I found it, once you put things into that perspective, a lot of things fall into place that don't make sense.
Yeah, now you see why I was intimidated, folks. This is some hardcore stuff already. I don't even know where to begin. I'm just completely blown away, and that's just the bio part.
I'm sorry, I really am.
Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm having a good time already. I'm completely stunned here by this revelation that you're only 30, to be honest with you, because just with your amazing pedigree of books and your writing style, and just given the way the field is, I figured you'd been puttering around here in the esoteric world for like 30 years or something like that. So I'm just stunned because we're the same age. I mean, that's amazing. And
well, yeah, I've been doing this for a long time. Like I said, ever since I was a kid. And frankly, I feel like I should have accomplished more at this point in my life. It's been like a long time, not counting the Mind Controlled Sex Slaves book. I feel like I've gone way too long without writing a good book. And another thing is, like, I'm on the fringes here, obviously. I've had to self-publish that book, basically. I had a larger publisher, Red Wheel Weiser, was going to publish what was originally Merovingian mythos. But the co-author ended up committing a copyright violation that got us screwed out of that. He tried to put the entire text of the book on the internet and say that he was the only one that wrote it.
Oh, boy.
So we lost our contract. I had to rewrite the entire book, which I did within a span of like 2 months, and then put it out myself. And then there's just been a number of things where I almost had a really big contract and then it fell through at the end. You know, it just keeps happening over and over again to me. And as far as like mainstream writing, I've tried to write for newspapers, and I've tried to, because I have a degree in film and video, I've tried to get jobs there, and it's like I never fit in anywhere. You know, I don't fit in enough to be part of the team for any organization that I might try to work for, or even when I just try to ingratiate myself within a certain subculture of the internet, it's impossible because I've been so intellectually honest throughout my life and just written in whatever I felt throughout my life. A lot of the people in the esoteric world don't like me because of things I've written about politics. And also
really?
Because of associations I've had with other people that they think are right-wing. And me, I don't consider myself right-wing at all, or and I'm not interested in political parties. But what I've found over and over again is I'm just getting a lot of prejudice because people interested in esoterica tend to be left-wing, and they think that I'm not one of them. So it's very hard for me to get any respect in that realm. And then many times I've tried to go a little bit more mainstream with some of my writing about politics and current events, but I don't fit into any political group either. And when they find out about the stuff I've written about secret societies, it's like,
oh yeah, once somebody finds out you're into the esoteric, it's like if you try to get a regular job in the media or whatever else, it's like it seems like you have a strike against you. I've had that happen to me. So
yeah, and I try to be really rational and fair when I write about everything, including secret societies, and I'm not one of those people that goes around trashing Freemasons. I'm not a Jewish conspiracy theorist, and I don't really advocate overthrowing the government necessarily or anything like that. I'm not radical, but
yeah.
because say for instance, one of my books was Solomon's Treasure, which is about money. I was telling you guys about the Federal Reserve. Well, it's about that, only it's deeper than that. It's about the history of money and especially modern monetary policy, the American dollar, and it's sort of interpreted in an esoteric way. And it has the eye in the pyramid on the cover of it.
Yeah.
Well, everyone assumes that this is just a book about the symbols on the back of the dollar bill and the Freemasonic conspiracy.
Yeah.
I think that is one of the best books I've ever written. It's sold more poorly than anything else I've written.
Oh, wow.
And, I got on Coast to Coast talking about it. Other than that, it was very hard to get any traction with it. And I just think that it's like the conspiracy market thought that it was nothing new, that they had already read it, which is not true. And then, of course, everyone else in the wider market was kind of scared away because they assumed it was a conspiracy theory book.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know how to win, man.
Well, you're on this show, so things are turning around already. I'm already feeling like this is going to turn into like a meta interview here, where we sort of smash the fourth wall, because I'm just fascinated by what you're telling me now. To get your thoughts on the struggles of getting into the field and stuff, it's fascinating. And I don't know, fuck those guys. That's what I have to say about the people that are, trying to hold you down. That's bullshit, because your shit's amazing.
Well, thank you.
Your writing is outstanding, and your research is like frighteningly thorough, to the point where, like I said, I was terrified of doing this interview, because I was like, I can't hang with Tracy Twyman. Are you kidding me? So, to the people that are closing their eyes to your stuff, they're missing out huge.
Well, thank you. I mean, I don't know. At this point, I'm really at a crossroads here in my career. I don't know what I want to write about next as far as my next. I mean, I've got several projects that are like 80-90% finished. I've got several of them, and I just like right now I'm completely consumed with current events. I have all these other projects on my desk. I'm looking at them right now, but I cannot stop reading the internet, looking at the Drudge Report, looking at the Wall Street Journal. It's consuming me because I can't believe what's going on right now. And I guess, in the past, in World War II, for instance, in the lead up to World War II, when Europe was being overrun with Nazis and fascists.
Yeah.
And people who weren't part of that started seeing the police state rising up around them.
Yeah, you think that's what's going on now, is what you're saying?
Absolutely, and it's like, you gotta figure, people who realize what's going on have to stand up and say something before it's too late. It may already be too late.
Yeah, see, because I'm of the opinion, we sort of talked about this on my forum too, and I'm not putting you in this group, but just like that sort of militant, like we have to fight the New World Order-ness thing that's going on, or it's been going on forever, but lately it's picked up since 9/11, and it's just like, my attitude, at least like maybe in the last couple of years, and obviously there's stuff that's gone on in my personal life that sort of made me, you know, change focus and prioritize different things, but at the same time it's kind of like, you know what, if the New World Order is like set on taking things over, I think we're kind of shit out of luck at this point. I just don't think it's going to be possible for those of us like you and me who are enlightened to what's going on. We're just not going to be able to get through to like the mass of sheeple that, you know, just won't wake up to this stuff. Do you know what I mean? They're just obsessed with like American Idol and stuff.
I know how you feel. I mean, the frustration is overwhelming sometimes, just with the ignorance and apathy of the public. And then, you know, that's I heard it broke down the other day that there's like 30% of people. I think this comes from Aldous Huxley, and he made this speech where he said this, that 30% of people are completely hypnotizable. They go along with whatever current is blowing in the wind at that point.
Yeah.
And then there's 30% of people who are kind of apathetic but capable of changing their mind. And then there's like 30% of people who are actually paying attention, and you know, elections can totally be swayed by those 30% of people who are just dumb. And,
and I think it's more than 30% at this point.
Yeah.
You know?
But it's like, I think that we can make a generalization that there's at least a third of the population can't be helped. You know, you can't. There's no point in trying to wake them up. But as far as some of the other people that, you know, for instance, voted for this current president.
Wait a minute, I voted for this current president.
Oh.
It's okay.
No, I think there was obviously some of those people knew there was something wrong, and they were trying to fix it. That was their best effort at trying to fix it, and a lot of them are realizing that didn't help at all. There's some hope there. I mean, I'm seeing people wake up and realize what's going on and realize what is important about this country and what we need to keep and protect and how it's being threatened right now. But it's like we don't have time to sit around and philosophize, you know?
Yeah.
It may be too late for the country, but it's never too late to try to save yourself, you know, and your family, those around you.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm hoping that maybe we can do this on a state-by-state basis. I'm starting to hear people talking about secession a lot, and not just in Texas, all over the place. Because what they're doing, I told you I know about economics. Mm-hmm. We cannot survive this. There's more than just the police state. It's like what they're doing with the economy, the amount of dollars they're putting into the system. I just don't see any way that we can survive this, and I'm talking about over the next 2 years. I do not see. And I'm not the only one. I
know you're not the only one saying that.
The people who are on the president's side and on the side of Bernanke and Geithner saying that we can make it if we do this, this, and this. For the most part, you know, they're not economists. They're politicians.
Yeah.
They're the spokesmen. They're lobbyists. And the people who actually know about economics, all of them know that this is death to our civilization, really, because it doesn't just affect us. The whole world is going to be affected by this.
Yeah, but I think that to bring it into like an esoteric realm, and how I said, you know, we're shit out of luck anyway if the New World Order wants to implement its plans. I think this is just part of the plan. Do you know what I mean? I'm sort of bunkering down here and hoping I can weather whatever comes through in the next, like, 5 years. But, I mean, I'm ready for anything, but I don't expect it to be good. I guess that's you know what I mean? And I don't expect it to be averted at the last minute by aliens or or you know, some kind of paradigm shift of the mainstream people. You know what I mean? If anything, it's just going to turn into like a horrible, bloody conflict, revolution, nightmare scenario.
Yeah.
I don't see any other way around it. I hate to. This is getting dark now. This interview, but.
Well, no,
I mean, what do you think? I mean, I want to be hopeful and everything, but at the same time, it's like I got into this thing, like this paranormal thing, like 5 years ago, and everything they were talking about starting to happen. And you know, like I was joking with my friend, and I said, "Boy, I wish I'd taken all those people seriously that said there was going to be like a global financial collapse, like 3 or 4 years ago, who were saying it, you know, on Coast to Coast and stuff." I was just like, those guys, they're crazy, you know. But now I wish I'd made better investments and got out at the right time.
You know, yeah, I have gone back and forth on this topic in my own career. Like when I wrote my first Federal Reserve article, I believed what I was reading, and I believed that what we're experiencing now was going to come. And I wrote the article from that perspective. Several years later, when I wrote Solomon's Treasure, I tried to be less alarmist, and it was from reading the history of money that I saw how, you know, fiat currency can work as long as the system keeps going. The book is all about how money that we have now is fiat currency. It's based completely on the confidence that the people have, not just in America but throughout the world, in the dollar, and that's sort of an esoteric concept. It's kind of like alchemy, where alchemy is creating something of value from something that doesn't have value instantly. So that's basically what's going on with our current monetary system. We have money, we trade it around, we believe that it means something, and therefore it does. And so at the time that I wrote that, I didn't really think that the bubble was going to pop so soon. I knew that, you know, eventually it probably would, or else we would have to change our monetary policy. But I didn't think it was imminent, and I was trying to tell people basically that because the economy is based on your perceptions of it, for everyone to go around trashing the economy constantly is bad, you know, that's making it worse. That's one of the things I was trying to tell people. And when I was on Coast to Coast, you know, the callers who called up, basically all they wanted to talk about was the impending collapse of the dollar. And at the time, I didn't think it was going to happen, and that's what I said. And, you know, obviously I look like an ass now, but, you know, I was aware of the possibility of it. I was just trying to explain to people the esoteric nature of the dollar, but I wasn't casting it in a negative light. I was merely saying this is how it works, and it is similar to alchemy. And I was explaining the symbols on the back of the dollar bill that people write conspiracy theories about and say that the pyramid represents the New World Order. I was just saying I don't think that was the intent at the time, that it was mainly to instill confidence in the dollar at a time when the nature of the dollar was being changed dramatically, because the dollar was issued in the 1930s, the dollar that we know now, the paper dollar, and designed with all those symbols on it at that time. It was happening at the exact same time that Roosevelt was removing the gold standard. And the value of the dollar plunged significantly after that. So I think that the whole purpose of designing the dollar the way they did was just to make people believe in the power of the dollar, and that's what all those symbols mean. Like the pyramid, all the symbols talk about on the back of the dollar bill, they all communicate the message of togetherness for the American people and unity, right? Same thing, I guess. Yeah. And fertility. Not only fertility, but in a larger sense, productivity, you know, plenty. So that's why the dollar bill is green, and the Treasury Department even says that on its website. That's why our money is green. That's why I think there's a lot of foliage all over it. You know, when you look at the dollar, it's just covered with, it's green and it's covered with all sorts of foliage. It's kind of like the green man symbol in Celtic Europe. Yeah. It's it's meant to represent fertility and, you know, in a larger sense, the wealth of the nation. And when you look at the rest of the dollar, you see this concept of unity repeated over and over again. There's the 13 uses of the word one, or the number one, or unum, the Latin word for one, on the dollar bill. And, it's like, obviously that's more than just communicating the denomination of the bill.
Yeah.
They're saying we are one. And that's also the pyramid on the back is, it's all these bricks put together into one structure. That also is representing sort of the unity of the country, obviously in a hierarchical manner, and with God at the top looking over everything. You have the message on the back that says, in God we trust. That wasn't put there originally, but it was added a little bit later. All of this sort of says you need to trust the dollar the same way you trust in God.
Yeah.
And that God has placed his approval upon the United States and its dollar. So I think that those were the messages on the back of the dollar bill, and it was meant to prop up the value of the dollar at a time when the actual basis of the dollar, the gold, was being pulled out from under it. And at that time, they actually confiscated people's gold. They literally forced people to give up not only gold holdings that they had, in a safe deposit box as far as bricks of gold, but they were literally taking people's jewelry.
Oh, wow.
And to put it into the national, Fort Knox. And they told people that, they paid them for it with dollars, but those dollars plunged in value after that. So all those people got totally screwed. And even though that was horrible, that wasn't the worst thing that ever happened to the dollar, because a few years later, we still had this thing called the gold window, which basically said, we will give you the dollar's value in gold if you want to exchange it. Mm-hmm. Not just individuals, but like on a global scale. Because at that time, a little bit later on, we also basically at this thing called Bretton Woods, it was agreed upon that the dollar would be the reserve currency of the world. And we agreed to let other nations, if they needed to, redeem their dollars in gold. Well, in the 1970s, Nixon decided that we weren't going to do that anymore and closed the gold window. And that is when the vast majority of the devaluation of the dollar happened. You hear your grandpa saying, well, in my day, we could go to a movie for a nickel. And that seems like, so long ago, and the value of the dollar has changed so much since then. Yes, but the vast majority of it has happened since the 1970s. Huh. I didn't even realize that until a few days ago. That's something that had escaped my notice. In the entire time that I was writing that book, I didn't notice that.
Oh, wow.
So the value of the dollar now is roughly equivalent to the value of 1 cent in 1913, when the Federal Reserve was created.
Oh, man. So what do we need, like a new dollar, you think?
Here's what we need.
All right, yeah, you're the economist, quasi-economist. So how can we get out of this situation without, ending up part of the New World Order or, after a bloody conflict or something?
Right, okay, yeah. Bringing this into modern times, we know that the Treasury is putting out so many dollars that we're going to have hyperinflation soon, which basically means the dollar will be worthless. That's why China and many other nations are pulling their dollar reserves and replacing it with other things, including the Chinese have put out their own currency that they're backing with metals, including copper. And they want that to be the reserve currency. They're already using it in some countries. They're loaning Mexico some of this money in this form of currency. So it's already there, and it's like that's the competition for the dollar. That and the euro, I guess, but the euro is fiat currency too. This thing that the Chinese are putting out, it's going to become irresistible because it will be the only international currency that's actually backed with something.
Yeah.
So regardless of what the president says or Timothy Geithner says about how they don't want to replace the dollar, they're not going to have any choice. So as far as what we as individuals need to do, or on a state-by-state basis, okay, we need to, first of all, pass this H.R. 1207, which Ron Paul is putting forward, to audit the Fed, audit the Federal Reserve, and explain to the American people, including the idiots in Congress, they also know nothing about economics. People sitting on the banking committee don't know how banking works. We need to educate all of them. Maybe people don't believe it when when they read it in a book, but when the Federal Reserve gets audited and it's undeniable that this is a vast money hole where money goes in, real wealth goes in, and worthless paper comes out, once that is revealed, it's like then people will finally be open to reform of the monetary system. What I would like to see happen is competing currencies. Prior to the Federal Reserve, it was possible to have competing currencies. And I think that's what we need. The Federal Reserve is created to prevent banking crises, to prevent a run on the banks, to try to regulate banks, because throughout American history there's been many times when we've had that. People weren't able to get their money out of the bank, and it was a problem. But the thing is that prior to the Federal Reserve, when those things happened, they could be contained. It might happen in a certain part of the country with a certain set of banks. And it's a problem for those people, sure, but it's not a problem for everyone necessarily. But now everything is hooked up together. So, a few people don't pay their mortgages, and all of a sudden the money that's in your pocket is worthless. And that's basically what's happened over the course of the past few years.
So should we switch to the China buck?
Well, I think that might end up being the international reserve currency, as far as the currency that large banks have their reserves in.
Yeah.
But what I'm talking about is like, when the system breaks down, when the system doesn't work anymore, it's better to have a bunch of little systems.
Yeah.
That some of them fail and some of them don't, rather than everything all together. Because what's going to happen right now, if the dollar becomes worthless and we don't have a backup plan, people are going to switch to bartering, basically, and it's already happening. I mean, I know tons of people who utilize bartering quite a bit to get the things they need because there's no jobs, but people still have skills and things to offer the world, and there's still people that want to buy them, but maybe they don't have enough money.
Yeah.
Well, so bartering is already starting. We've already heard of some communities issuing their own currency that can be used within the community with participating businesses. And then I've also heard of some municipalities, because they've completely run out of money, they start issuing their own IOUs.
Oh, Jesus.
They have.
I know. I believe you. I'm just that sounds bad.
It does sound bad, but this is like we're getting to the point where we have to, because it's basically been predicted, amongst all the other things that have been predicted, that within the next year or two, 100% of the municipalities throughout the United States are going to be bankrupt. They will not be able to pay welfare. They won't be able to maintain the roads or have police. And they won't have any credit to write checks from. But at the same time, we still have all of these resources in the United States that we've always had. We still have people who are capable of, doing skilled jobs. But over the last several decades, we've sent all of the jobs to other countries and allowed wages to become stagnant. So, it's like that's another part of why we're not prepared to weather this economic storm. We don't have our manufacturing base operating here in the United States anymore. But I feel like, if enough people woke up, if we did have secessions in the United States, or just states refusing to implement unconstitutional federal laws, and then states or communities issuing their own currencies, we could start to bring things back. One thing I was thinking about today with this secessionist movement, so many of the unconstitutional laws that are being imposed upon states by the federal government right now are based on the Interstate Commerce Clause. It basically says that anything that's shipped from one state to another, any sort of business done between states, the federal government can regulate. So what if you did everything within the state? What if the state really did encourage people to manufacture things and sell them within the state? Then the feds have nothing to say about that.
You'd need a really small state, though, wouldn't you? Like, I mean, that would be kind of tough in, like, Texas or California or something.
As far as what would be difficult?
Like getting your own, just making sure that you don't do any business outside of the state. You know what I mean? It sounds tough. That's all.
Yeah, no, all of this is tough. It's like I'm trying to think of survival techniques for the country when everything breaks down.
Yeah.
Because it's like we're at this pivotal point right now where either there's got to be massive insurrection and resistance, or everything in the states and in the municipalities are going to break down. When they can't provide their own police, where do you think the police are going to come from? You know?
Yeah, it's yeah. I guess it just goes back to the idea of, is it too late to stop this? And I'm just terrified now.
I'm sorry, but
no, it's not your fault.
But well, then again, you know, some of the people in the military, people that they're training right now to fire on American civilians in case of a riot. Well, they're assuming that they're actually going to do that. What if they don't? You know, what if all of this empire is based on people cooperating with it? What if enough people don't? That's what it all comes down to. And it seems, you know, it may seem ridiculous to try to think about how to fight something as huge as the federal government, especially when the federal government has been subsumed into this larger world empire now. I mean, we really do already have the New World Order. The federal government is part of a global government, and they're just trying to impose it on us now. They've already made that agreement. And it's a question of, are the American people stupid enough to go along with that when they don't have to? There's no requirement for people to go along with this crap. The only thing that we're required to do is observe the United States Constitution. And the federal government has gone so far beyond that. They've completely abrogated their half of the social contract. We're not held by that anymore at all. You know, it's really just a matter of, do you want to survive or not? Because I don't think people think that they can cooperate and maybe they'll be saved, you know? You won't. It's like you cannot collaborate with the Nazis enough to secure your own position. You are going to be squashed underneath the boot, just like everyone else. You know, not just you. But this is my.
No, I know.
I mean, seriously, everyone I've talked to has similar sort of reservations like you do. This is too big to fight, and people are too stupid, and that's true. I've heard many remarks from overseas commentators saying, we can't believe that the Americans are just putting up with this, and, you know, calling us, a nation of sheep, incapable of thinking for ourselves, incapable of looking after our own self-interest. It's insulting, but it's true now. But maybe we can prove them wrong. Because in France and all over Europe, they're rioting, and Iceland completely disintegrated. And of course, you know, in Europe, it's like whenever they have a protest, it's always give me more. You know, give me more, raise my wages, give me more welfare. They don't have the same concept of freedom that we would be fighting for, but still. It is related. The uprisings that are happening in Europe are related to the uprising that needs to happen and has started to happen over here, because it's all still caused by the same thing, which is an international banking oligarchy that has driven civilization into the ground and completely destroyed it. And the only people that are doing okay right now are them. So, you know, even though those are communist uprisings going on basically in Europe, and, you know, we may not feel a lot of solidarity with that, it's a reaction to the same problem. The same empires is taking over and trying to destroy our lives. So, I don't know. I know this is a long interview. I'm sorry. See, you have to interrupt it, or else I'll just continue to talk.
I know, but I don't like to interrupt, so I just let you roll with it. And I'm just thinking here as you're talking too. To be honest with you, I'm just a super cynic about this, and I just feel like that, you know, we're looking at some kind of weird New World Order for real happening at some point, especially if America breaks down. But, you know, as a journalist, I cheer for the story, I guess. So, you know, if it happens, hopefully I'll make it, and we'll see what happens, I guess. It's freaky stuff.
Well, I don't think it's this is, I think, part of the problem. We're all waiting for it to happen.
Yeah.
It's happening now. And there's nothing to wait for. It's, I don't have a job right now. So maybe that's why it's easy for me to sit around reading newspaper articles and freaking myself out. And I understand that the people that are lucky enough to have a job right now, they're busy and they don't get any sleep, and they're being terrorized at work by their bosses and coworkers, constantly being threatened that they're going to get fired.
Yeah, there's a lot of tension like that around, yeah.
So I recognize that the American people are losing their minds right now. They are under too much pressure to be able to think straight at all. But as the unemployment rolls grow, and those people aren't going to be able to find other jobs, they're not going to have anything to do but riot and, fight.
Yeah, but I think it's going to turn into one of those, problem, reaction, solution things like they've... Now, do you think that this whole collapse was orchestrated to happen, or is this some kind of accidental turn of events that, that the oligarchy didn't foresee coming?
I find that hard to believe that they didn't foresee it.
Yeah.
I think they knew... Well, who's the oligarch? It's there's so many... there's several different factions, at least, going on.
Are they working together, or are they in opposition to each other?
Well...
This is Lost here.
Okay.
Are they with each other or against each other, or what?
I think, really what's going on here is that it's not like there's one conspiracy, but there's influential corporations, and the people that run them want to keep their scheme going for their own benefit. And so they're pressuring governments to do the things that will help secure their investments, to make sure that money and wealth, specifically wealth, keeps flowing in their direction. In addition to that, you have people in government. For instance, this current president seems to have some sort of, it's not like he's a banker who's making money off of this. It's an ideology for him, and the people behind him of socialism. And I think that they are scheming to put into place what they think is a socialist utopia. I think Barack Obama might actually think that, and some of the people around him think that what they're doing is going to be good for everyone in the end.
Yeah,
but
this is the old let it happen thing with 9/11 type of thing.
Yeah, but I think they're being played. I think that they don't even realize what it is that they're helping to implement. And, they're just too intellectually lazy to figure it out. And it's all short term for the people who are actually in government. They're not thinking about the future. They're thinking about getting reelected now.
Yeah.
So they may have known that there was an impending financial collapse coming, but their whole intention for the last several years has just been keep it going. And that's what Barack Obama wants to do right now. What he's trying to do with all of this money they're releasing into the system is, he's trying to artificially keep the bubble going. And it may work if he drops the money bomb at the right time. It may work to keep the system going for another couple years. But I don't think it'll last much beyond that. And then he's creating a much larger bubble that's going to pop and create a much bigger catastrophe in the future.
I guess the greater point that I was speaking to, and to bring it back around to that, is just that if this collapse was orchestrated, then whatever organization orchestrated it or is in favor of it happening, they're going to make sure that it doesn't get fixed either. Do you know what I mean?
I have a theory.
All right.
About who might have done this, that it might indeed have been an act of economic terrorism.
Was it George Bush?
No.
Oh, I know. I just like to blame him for things. I'm still on that whole thing.
Okay. No, I'm not interested in that at all.
All right.
No, it's.
I think he's why they canceled Scrubs.
I think that it might have been wealthy families and people in Arabia.
Whoa! So we're talking the Dubai folks. That sort of group.
I can't. Of course, I have no evidence.
Specifically. I know you're banned in Pakistan or something like that. So.
But here, I'll
Is this
tell you
why?
I'll tell you what. No,
Okay.
that's a longer story. I'll tell you what my evidence is to believe that this may have been economic terrorism. By who is there's still a big question mark, but I know that the day in September when AIG collapsed and what was the other one? Oh, there were several.
Fannie or Freddie and all that.
Yes, Fannie and Freddie. There was basically this one day in September when it was kind of like the September 11th of the financial world.
Yeah.
That's when the trigger was pulled.
Yeah, I remember.
And what happened? I didn't realize they didn't say at the time what was going on. No one said it on television, and it took several months for someone to finally say it. They said it on one of those C-SPAN talk shows.
Yeah.
And how many people watch C-SPAN, I don't know. But I managed to catch the clip on YouTube. And as far as I know, it's the only time that anyone's ever admitted what happened. He said, this is a congressman, he said that on that day that all the Congress were I don't know, several of them at least were pulled into a secret meeting with Henry Paulson and Ben Bernanke. And Paulson and Bernanke scared the living crap out of them and told them what to do in no uncertain terms, and they went ahead and did it. And the reason, I don't know if you remember, but they came out of that meeting white as ghosts. I mean, it was scary to me to see that look on Nancy Pelosi's face.
Yeah, this was when that whole, everything went crazy there in September, right?
Yes, and they looked like someone had just been holding a gun on them.
Right, and they were like, we got to pass this huge thing or else, the economy's going to go crazy, and then the Dow went down like 600, 700 points or something, because they didn't pass it that day, and it was like, oh no, the sky's falling situation.
Right.
Okay.
Well, here's what Hank Paulson told them.
All right.
He said that very day there had been a run on the money market accounts, that they noticed hundreds of billions of dollars being pulled out of money market accounts within the span of about 2 hours.
Yeah.
And someone said, if it goes on for another 2 hours, then the entire economy will collapse.
Oh, wow.
And they shut it down. They shut down the trading that day just to stop that from happening, the trading of money markets.
Okay. And this was these guys in the Middle East?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, honestly, who else wants to see the Western world collapse? Because,
China?
Well, okay, it could have been them too. But someone who hates America. I don't think China does want to see the West collapse, but not instantaneously because they have so many investments here.
They just want to absorb us.
Yeah, I don't know what their long-term plan is, but I think it's a long-term plan. I don't think they.
Yeah, they're patient.
Exactly, and they don't want their economy to collapse either.
Okay.
But terrorists, they're willing to kill themselves and others. In order to defeat their enemy. We're the great Satan, and so anything is acceptable in order to destroy us. And, well, who knows who it was? All I know is that something weird going on there on that day, and that is what basically has caused everything else that's resulted since then. The collapse has been occurring, but just at a slower pace. If they had kept the money market accounts open for another 2 hours, that would have been it, that should scare everyone to death and tell you that there's something wrong with this monetary system we have if that can happen. What?
Now, is it possible just to wipe out the whole system and start from scratch, or is that just impossible?
Well, we may have to, because at this point, what we're trying to do with trying to save the system, we're trying to save bankers basically from having to take a loss on their bad investments. And so in order to do that, we're throwing away everything else, all of the jobs, all of the real wealth in the United States being thrown away in order to throw money at a black hole that can never be filled.
Yeah.
So yes, we kind of have to. I don't know how you go about doing that exactly. There's no legal route to it.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be the country fucking collapses, and then we start over. Or there's a military coup. Who knows what?
Right. I mean, what happens when there is a collapse and the whole world is in chaos? Is who's going to take your house? Do you have to defend your house? Do you stop paying for your house and just try to defend the land that you're on?
I'm kind of waiting for that, because then I don't have to pay my credit card bills or anything either,
I
keep hoping they'll go under first before I do.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I owe money to all these companies, and some of them don't even exist anymore. They've all been swallowed up.
Yeah, I know. It's like, what the hell? Why do I have to pay you? If you're like, a billion times more in debt than I am, and other people aren't paying anymore, why am I still paying the minimum balance like every month?
Oh yeah, it's so silly too. It's like it seems. I don't know. I cannot believe that this has happened. It's like I can't. And that's why a conspiracy theory could even be entertained in this. It's like you can't logically understand why this would be allowed to happen. Not only the bubble getting so big that it could collapse in the span of 4 hours of money market trading. I can't believe that was allowed to happen. And then the remedy that they're trying, it seems to me like at the end of this, if everything were to work great the way Barack Obama wants it to, the best case scenario, the nicest thing that could possibly happen is that everything in the United States would be owned either outright by the federal government or by a financial institution that is controlled by the federal government. So, they already control a large percentage of the economy.
Yeah.
But when they literally own every single home, and because what's happening right now is they're driving the prices of homes and everything else down and then buying it up and then jacking the price back up.
Yeah.
So it's a total fascist takeover of private enterprise in the United States.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know.
I don't
know what to say now. I'm all freaked out.
I know.
But you just gotta hope you make it through, I guess. I feel like I'm just one grain of sand on a very big beach, and most of the other people are just kind of retarded. So, I mean, I know what's going on, but
you and I, we probably don't have any money.
Right.
There's nothing we can do. It seems like there's nothing we can do. But as for the people out there who may be listening, who may have a few bucks,
we're always looking for donations.
Right. Yes. Well, no, that's.
Oh, really?
This is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about instead of people giving their money voluntarily to these corporations that are working for the destruction of the United States, how about as much as you possibly can, try to hire locals, small businesses, help your friends get their own small businesses going, and let's all trade with each other instead of with them. We have to try to get our own system going outside of that existing system. And that's going to happen more naturally as the economy continues to collapse. The black market will become a much larger portion of the economy. And I'm not saying we need to start trading drugs or anything, but it's like, as the police state continues, everything will become black market. I live in Washington State right now. They have passed a law that says you can't have phosphates, I think, or something like that in your dishwashing detergent. And so all of the companies here are distributing a special formula of dishwashing detergent that complies with the environmental rules of Washington State. But what everyone's finding is that this dishwashing detergent does not work. And so there's literally people driving to Oregon, driving to Idaho just to buy a box of dishwasher detergent. Dishwasher detergent is now a black market item here. Imagine if...
Oh, so your garage is full of it then, I bet, huh?
I don't have a garage. But, yeah, it's like things like this are part of the whole agenda for the future. Cap and trade. How could we possibly add a 20% tax onto every activity on planet Earth? They've literally made breathing something that's not illegal, but that you have to pay for every breath of. That's what's coming down the pike with this carbon tax and cap and trade is it's literally a tax on your breath. And then this money is going into a banking cartel. Whatever gave them the right to sell us our own breath, you know?
I don't know. I just think it's just, I'm just afraid that it's too late, really. We're going to try, and we're going to fight, you know, and try and make this thing, you know, try and make our way work here, but I don't know, with the, you know, and then diseases and everything else. I feel like it's just part of a whole overall scheme to, like, wipe out the Earth and start from scratch, pretty much, or to, you know, that whole population control type idea, and they want to bring the population down to, like, 500 million or something crazy like that, and all this sort of, like, end of the world scenarios that people paint.
Yeah, well, this is one encouraging thing, I guess. They are not perfect. They are not omniscient. Clearly, you may think that a lot of things going on are orchestrated by conspiracies, and, you know, some of that is true, but there's a lot of mistakes going on, too. I think that what's going on now was never planned to be going on exactly the way it is now.
Yeah.
Obviously, things have gotten out of hand. Someone who would come up with an idea to reduce the population to 500,000 obviously hasn't thought where the cars they drive going to come from, who's going to produce the food that they eat and the clothes they wear. You can't have society, a global society with only 500,000 people in it.
It was 500 million, but, you know.
Oh, 500, yeah.
Yeah, it's
well,
a little more workable, but...
Still, it's like, I don't think these people are thinking it all the way through. They get together in these meetings, Bilderberg and whatever else, and they plot and scheme what they're going to do to everyone else in the world. And the thing is that the world is too complicated. Finances are too complicated. Environment is too complicated for them to possibly project the results of what they're doing.
Yeah.
And so we may feel scared that it's too big for us. Well, remember, the people in Germany thought it was too big for them, and maybe it was, but who knows what would have happened if people had a little bit more of a spine in the beginning, you know?
That's true. That's true.
The whole thing about first they came for this group, first they came for that group, it's true. You know, right now they're coming for gun owners and pot smokers, and, you know, everyone is going to be a thought criminal at some point. And, yeah, I think we need to stand up for ourselves on an individual basis, and as much as we can, try to get together in groups. I know that there's no cohesive, you know, movement going on right now. There's like people who follow Glenn Beck, and there's people who go to the tea parties, and then there's on the left there's all these, you know, communist groups and ecology groups and everything. But it's, you know, I guess I keep coming back to it. We have to try to do as much as we can for ourselves without relying on these large institutions that are part of the problem. So people who have any money that are listening right now, help out your fellow man, and not just with charity and giving away, although that's very good too, but help your fellow man to become self-sufficient as much as you can. You know, I think is the only hope, is that whatever, you know, the millionaires that are left that haven't had their wealth completely confiscated need to use their money to try to change things back to, you know, not normal, but I don't know. We got to save our civilization here, and it's going to require us doing business with each other as much as we can instead of these larger entities that are trying to destroy us. So maybe I should wrap it up there because I've been going on for a long time. But that's what I think the solution is, if there's going to be any solution at all.
The economy's been a little rough, man.
Oh, man, just brutal.
You know, it's times like these that E-Trade can really help you replan your investments, though. You know, it gives you the tools and research. Take control. Rise up. You know?
Dude,
No.
What?
Stop.
What, I can't flex the golden pipes?
It's not the venue.
It's inspirational.
Any place.
Fine.
Okay, where was I?
Learn to fly again.
You're listening to Banal of America Audio.
No, I'm just poking at your funny bone. I am quite alarmed. I don't think you realize the danger. Like the people who think it's okay to bring shampoo on an airplane.
All right, well, let's Let's leave the economy behind for a little while because we've talked about that here for like an hour, and let's talk a little bit about some of this other stuff you've researched because I'm sure I'll get some emails from people that are like, economy, why? So so we'll satisfy those people here and talk a little bit about some of this other stuff. And I wanted to ask you about the secret calendar, which is one of the topics discussed in the Merovingian mythos. And for some reason, I'm really interested in calendars and stuff, not just the whole 2012 Mayan calendar thing, but also the moon calendar.
Right.
I was really in favor of the moon calendar switch. Maybe if we ever get to like this end of the civilization thing, maybe we can implement a moon calendar once, society's back to ground zero. We'll start from scratch with the moon calendar and a world currency. But tell me about the secret calendar because I'm very intrigued by that.
Well, it is basically the lunar calendar, and I don't know that it's real or not. It's something that I thought I had decoded from some Priory of Zion documents where they were talking about the structure of their own organization, and there's basically a certain number of members in one rank and then a certain number of members in another, and they're all multiples of 13. And when I looked at these numbers, I realized that it could possibly be alluding to some form of some lunar calendar because, as you know, in possibly a lunar calendar, you might have 364 days instead of 365, and the months would all be equal number of days.
Oh yeah, with the day out of time, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what I was proposing. I was saying that this makes sense that it might be a lunar calendar, and basically you would have a leap year every other year.
Interesting.
So yeah, if you read that chapter, you'll see what I was proposing. I mean, this thing is so complex. The way that our lives are arranged according to the calendar that we all agree to observe, it would obviously be very expensive and complicated to try to switch over to a new calendar all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's like the whole metric system thing here in America. They just won't switch, even though it makes more sense. But
yeah, wouldn't it be cool if like the first day of the month was always on the same day, and when you pay your rent, you're paying for the same amount of time every single time? It seems like it would be a lot fairer. And
yeah.
But one of the things I was trying to figure out, why would the Priory of Zion be indicating such a thing? I was not only looking through their own literature and related literature, but just a lot of ancient monuments and ancient texts, and just looking at what did they seem to be alluding to regarding I was wondering, is it possible that we had this calendar in the past, or is it possible that maybe we could have it in the future? And I was wondering, is it possible that there would ever be a time that the solar and lunar calendars would sync up?
Oh, so you could like easily make the switch?
Yeah, and what I found was that that the year is getting gradually shorter, so that we might be, it would be over the course of many, many years, but we might be sort of tending towards that. Another thing I found is that that in the past our ancestors frequently, such as the Egyptians and the Sumerians, would observe a 360-day calendar with the 5 extra days at the end were counted as sort of non-days, and they were a time of just festivities.
Nice.
Which nicely sort of corresponds with kind of Christmas Day to New Year's Eve here.
Yeah, exactly.
So we already sort of cut these days out of the calendar. No one does any business basically during those days, We already observe this.
Yeah.
But I was thinking, why do they do? What a strange thing. Why would they do that? Well, of course, there's 360 degrees in a circle, and that's the Sumerians invented geometry, and they understood that. Is it possible that maybe at some point in the past, instead of having an elliptical orbit, what if we had a circular orbit? And what if I was wondering, is it possible that there was a time when we had 360 days and 360 degrees in the circle, and that's how maybe the Sumerians came up with that? I don't know. I'm not a geologist. I'm not an astronomer. And, maybe I'm completely full of it. But what I've found since publishing that and having no confidence whatsoever in my own theory, that's why I put it as an appendix to the book, I've found that there's other people now agreeing with me. There's this one guy named Gary Osborne. He's writing a book right now that's all about that. He's found more and more evidence of ancient writings and ancient art and monuments that indicate the same thing. He brings it back to geometry that's so complicated I don't understand, but I'm very pleased that there's someone else sort of carrying on with my theory. And I guess this theory might have been touched upon in some of his earlier books, because he's the co-author of The Serpent Grail with Philip Gardner.
Okay.
So there's another person's work that people could look to in the future that might help verify some of these things that were completely, speculation. But I was just looking at some of the weird mysteries before me and wondering if maybe it could have been indicating a 360-day calendar in the past and perhaps the possibility of a workable 364-day calendar in the future.
Yeah, it's weird. The calendar is kind of like the how you say, the money is all based on belief and everything. The calendar is kind of the same way in a weird way, because no one really understands or knows, like, why February has 28 days and some have 30 and some have 31. You know what I mean? Like, obviously we know, and there's probably some documented history on the Gregorian calendar and everything, but nobody really knows that anymore other than people who look into it.
No, people don't, think about the meaning of their calendar at all. So many things started to occur to me when I started researching this, one of which is, of course, that the names of our months, the last, half of the year, the names are all based on numerical concepts that don't meet up with the actual month that it is. October is not the 8th month.
Right.
But obviously it was before. The calendar is so weird. It's supposed to be, of course, related to the cycles of the heavens, but at this point we've had to change it and put little placeholders in so many places that it really doesn't have much of a relation, not as much of a relationship to that as it used to. And so people, I think the calendar and the festivals happening on certain days, that was really a part of ancient man's life. He really sort of understood it in an intrinsic way, even though they weren't astronomers, but they sort of understood it. It's kind of brought heaven down to earth in a way for them, and we're completely separated from that now. So I think in a lot of really subtle ways, it could be good for our civilization, our society, and for us spiritually to be reconnected with the heavens by understanding how our calendar is, it represents our journey around the sun and not just the federal tax year or something.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's something I just explored at that time when I was researching the book. I haven't really touched upon it since. But one of the things I did think about when I was considering the possibility of a 360-day year, and is it possible that things were quite different in the ancient past, I started thinking about all of the antediluvian myths of what life was like before. And there's repeatedly this reference to basically a golden age, a time when the gods were on earth and when man lived in peace and harmony. The easiest way to explain it would be just the Garden of Eden story. Yeah. If you read what they're describing in the Garden of Eden, it's totally different than the way Earth is now. And, I was wondering if maybe this alludes to a catastrophe that happened. Something maybe came through our solar system at some point, and its gravitational pull was enough to mess up the alignments of the planets. Some people think that Earth was part of this larger planet, and at some point something smashed into us.
Yeah, and that's like the asteroid belt type thing.
Right. So, I was just considering the possibility that maybe we didn't have a tilted axis, maybe we didn't have our orbit was not as elliptical, and it really resembled more of I'm thinking that there wouldn't have been seasons even.
Interesting.
Really, our seasons
that
come
would
from
make sense then, yeah.
Even if there was not a tilted axis, we wouldn't have seasons if we were straight up and down.
Yeah.
So,
interesting.
It's, again, it's like I'm not at all qualified to tell you if this is true or not, but it seems to be possibly what our ancestors were alluding to with some of these myths about the time before, and a time when it was much easier to till the earth. Agriculture was a lot easier. You can imagine that if there were no seasons, there would of course be the ice, the pole caps would be no man's land. But in the center of the earth, in the central band of the earth, it would be like basically, tropical conditions all the time.
Yeah.
It would be very much like what the Garden of Eden was. So, long-winded answer. That's what the secret calendar was all about. And then I guess bringing it back to the Priory of Zion, I was theorizing maybe they know something about this. Maybe this is one of their secrets. Maybe if ancient man knew about this, maybe this is something the secret societies in modern times have kept under wraps.
Interesting.
There you go.
Oh, I hear some sirens in the background. They're on to you.
They're coming for me.
Now, since we're in the celestial realm, you've talked about and you've written about a ton of different stuff and a lot of like the secret societies and occult stuff, but I've never heard you talk about the UFO phenomenon, which is of course a huge pillar of the paranormal esoteric community. So, what do you think of that whole thing? Because earlier we were talking about the Merovingians and Jesus and all that, and fallen angels and all that, and a lot of people sort of think that might be some kind of extraterrestrial thing. So, what do you think of that whole thing, and how it fits into what's going on? Not necessarily with the economy, but just in general with the world today.
I think I have realized that that's something I'm not capable of analyzing completely. I mean, when I was younger and I was into conspiracy theories at age 16, I entertained the idea that there were aliens.
Yeah.
And over the years, I've just gotten less interested in that. I mean, I've talked to so many people who say that they were abductees and stuff, and it's just grating to talk to them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know
people. That's okay.
I'm probably insulting a lot of people right now. If you had your little UFO experience, I don't know what to do with that unless you have photographs that cannot be impugned in any way. I'm not interested. I don't want to hear about your dreams either. I don't know if there are aliens. The Nephilim that I'm talking about, the angels breeding with mankind and then described in other cultures as gods, it could very easily be something like that. And I just don't know. I mean, we're talking about something that's definitely greater than human, that perhaps the human genetics we have now is kind of a result of that hybridization. From the descriptions, it seems like they did have sort of interdimensional capabilities, that they had the ability to, like the megaliths of the ancient world. A lot of the ancient cultures say that they're built by giants.
Yeah, like Stonehenge and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I don't know if they were literally giant enough to pick up these stones with their own hands. I think it's more likely that they had some technology that is beyond what we know now. Maybe it wasn't a machine necessarily, but something that they were like literally magical powers that they had. I don't know, but it seems like they're definitely describing beings that, would be recognized as angels or gods or aliens today. A lot of people have really specific ideas about what types of aliens there are and what our government's relationship is to them. And that is what I'm saying. I have very little interest in at this point because it all seems to contradict itself. It seems like the government's hiding something about UFOs, but that could be interpreted in so many different ways. I mean, we know that, every time the military creates some new type of vehicle or any new kind of technology, they always keep it under wraps for a decade or more before they tell us about it. So it's entirely possible that what has been described as UFOs were military aircraft of some sort. But as far as the abductions go, every time I hear these stories, it's very similar to the people that wrote to me to tell me their stories of being mind-controlled sex slaves, where it's a subjective experience that they're describing. It's impossible to verify, and it sounds totally insane.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at. It's like it's possible that there are aliens and that our government is covering it up. It's kind of, at this point, hard to interpret that in the scope of everything else that's happening in the world. What if you threw aliens into the mix right now? That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Oh, that's for sure. Well, a lot of people seem to think that that's the salvation or something, but, they might just be waiting for, for something that's not going to happen. I have a frightening suspicion that some people do think that, or just that the government's going to reveal the secret about UFOs soon because it'll help save the economy somehow, and it's like, I don't think that's going to happen.
Oh, yeah, because if there was really, like, free energy or something, then we could have an economy based on that.
Right, yeah. I mean, I'm all for that, but at the same time, it's like, that's been teased for so long now that I can't get behind UFO disclosure, really, because, that should have happened, like, in the 60s, and if it hasn't happened yet, there must be some reason why they're not telling us. But who
yeah,
knows?
For sure. I used to get so scared thinking about that, because I thought that the aliens, whoever they are, they must not be very nice. If they have this greater technology than us and they're collaborating with our government or they're fighting against our government, either way is bad for us. We're going to be in the crossfire. And who knows about the intentions of an alien race? Maybe they want to eat us all,
Yeah, exactly. I think the aliens are probably just, like, indifferent to people more than anything, though. Just sort of like we are to insects and stuff.
So you think there's aliens?
Yeah, probably. I don't know necessarily how many are coming here, or the sort of attitude in ufology in the UFO world is something like only 10% of UFO sightings are actually like unidentified flying objects, whatever those are. And then from that 10%, I think maybe like 2% is aliens. You know what I mean? Then the rest is like interdimensional stuff, weird stuff, jinn, that kind of thing. Not jinn the drink, but jinn the Islamic myth and all that, or the Islamic tradition and secret government projects, and so I think it's a whole myriad of different things. But
now I've also considered the possibility. I know that a lot of people in government are members of weird little secret societies and cults and things.
Yeah.
And then of course the CIA has done a lot of really weird esoteric studies into like psychic powers and things like that. And so it has occurred to me, what if, some of the most powerful people in our government are like channeling demons or what they consider to be gods or aliens? Because I know a lot of in the ufology world, there's a lot of people who believe they're channeling aliens. Anyway, my point is just that there could be sort of a spiritual element to this all as well. If you take into account what are the beliefs of the people in charge.
Yeah.
I don't think there's, like I said, I don't think there's one conspiracy, so I don't think there's one set of beliefs that everyone has, but this is an element of what's going on that we don't know about because they all go to church on Sunday and pretend they're Christians, and who knows what they really think.
Yeah, this gets into like that whole Franklin cover-up style stuff.
Yeah. I mean, maybe some of them are Satanists, but more than that, I think, really, what if some of them are like getting their directives from some non-corporal entity? Like in Nazi Germany, before Hitler actually took over, there were all these groups like the Thule Society, or I guess Thule.
Yeah.
Whatever. That were literally channeling, they believed were Sumerian gods. And the Sumerian gods were telling them how to build flying machines that they were the Foo Fighters, the flying saucers. Yeah. So even though they didn't actually describe them as aliens, it's like they were talking about they're channeling gods that told them to build UFOs. Well, I think that here's the reason why I don't take a position on whether there are aliens or not, is because to me, aliens, gods, angels, interdimensional beings seem like all descriptions of the same type of thing.
Yeah, and absolutely, yeah.
What if maybe there are beings on Mars, and if there were Martians and they were interdimensional, would they have a Martian, as in the god Mars?
Yeah.
They have a Martian, aspect to them. Is there some way that we can put together how our ancestors viewed their gods and associating them with the planets in many ways with what our own modern conception of aliens is? I don't know. Hopefully I'm not being too weird here, but that's my position, I guess.
Yeah, well, we're a paranormal show. You're required to be weird.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is just that
it's too nebulous an idea to really tackle, I guess, is what you're saying?
And I think when people call them aliens, they're trying to separate them from more ancient conceptions of what gods and angels were like. And I think it's the same thing. We just feel like we're being more scientific by calling them aliens. It's more comfortable to the modern mind than gods.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing. And people who worship God now, or gods, they think that they're praying to some invisible entity. One of the most interesting interviews I ever did for Dagobert's Revenge was for this guy who was the spokesman for a monarchist organization that was trying to bring back the monarchy in Scotland, and he was an ambassador for them. And I started asking him about aliens because there was some stuff in their literature that sort of indicated they might believe that God is an alien.
Yeah.
So I basically came out and asked him if God was an alien in their viewpoint, and they believed that their royal bloodline went back to alien gods. And he just basically said that God has physical and spiritual aspects, and that's where he wanted to leave it. So we conceive of ourselves as praying to invisible entities. And I think in a lot of people's minds, they don't even think that they're real because of that. But, what if they're physical entities as well? Like in the Bible, for instance, there's the scene where Moses is talking to God, and he asks to see God. He has to actually see his body. And God says, "No, you can't handle seeing my face. It would kill you. But I'll allow you to see my back parts."
Yeah, I think I remember that, yeah.
How does God have back parts? So obviously we're talking about a being that wasn't always physically visible by your own eyes, but could be.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, another long-winded answer, but it's like, I just feel like that we need to have a deeper understanding of our own religion and myths, and then this alien phenomenon of modern times needs to be interpreted in that context. Because just thinking about aliens coming from another planet and then trying to theorize what would be their motivations towards us is assuming human motivations to them, basically, when we're dealing with something larger than that. We may be dealing with gods.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
There you go. Sorry.
All right. So I guess you're not a big supporter of Bigfoot? You are kind of in Bigfoot country, so what are you thinking about the Bigfoot?
You have just won $1 million because you are, I don't know, the 100th person to ask me that.
Wow.
And
weird.
No, I don't really have $1 million to give you. But
shit.
This is this weird thing that happens to me throughout my entire life. Every single interview I do for anyone, whether it's actually during the interview or during the conversation after the interview, someone always asks me about Bigfoot. Even if I'm there talking about terrorism or economics, somehow the subject comes up. Or if it's not actually asked of me during my interview, I'll watch the thing on television or listen to it on the radio later, and in the same show they'll have an expert talking about Bigfoot. So even though I have absolutely nothing to say about Bigfoot, nothing whatsoever, it is this thing that follows me throughout my whole life. It's the curse of Bigfoot.
Weird. It's a sign. You need to go after the Bigfoot next, I'm telling you. You'll crack the case, I bet.
Maybe I will. Yes, I'm right here. If there's any Yetis or Sasquatches, they are welcome to come to my door and discuss the matter with me.
Nice. So you never seen anything weird up there in Oregon? Obviously you might have seen weird stuff. Wait, you're in Washington, not Oregon, right?
I have had all sorts of paranormal experiences, Tim, but none of them have been random. I have not seen any UFOs or Sasquatches. The only thing that I have experienced that makes me absolutely certain that there's a paranormal world out there is that I have participated in group activities that resulted in paranormal events occurring.
Like a Ouija board situation?
Yeah.
Whoa. Literally a Ouija board situation or something else that you know?
Yes. And that may be something I get into in a future conversation, but I can tell you that and I'm not just talking about one experience, but I'm talking about things that have gone on for years. I'm talking about hundreds of pages of transcripts.
Whoa.
And of things that I and the people in the room couldn't have possibly known that came to be true later, and really specific things about ancient history that we later discovered were true.
Whoa. You got to be careful. That stuff's dangerous.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, that's the other thing we encountered was that the things we were talking to, lied. They mixed truth with lies, just like the Christians warn you about. And so you had to be really careful about. You couldn't take anything at face value. And if they, it was just like The Exorcist.
Yeah.
They were toying with us, but at the same time, it was really powerful experiences every single time because it proved to us the existence of the paranormal and of non-corporal entities. And that is what made me, ever since having those experiences, it makes me think, okay, if these people are actually members of secret societies and performing occult rituals, maybe they are literally talking to something that's telling them what to do.
Oh, absolutely,
Instead of like we were taking it with a grain of salt and being skeptical and checking everything, we could have easily gotten into a conversation with these entities and plotted the domination of the world with them, and they would have told us step by step what to do. We chose not to, but it was like at every step of the way, the entities we were talking to kept trying to pull us into, worshiping them or doing things to, just doing their bidding, It's like, I have no idea what the ultimate result of that would have been, but we didn't, me and my friends, and we just, continued to talk to them to try to get as much information as possible. And at a certain point, it broke down, and, we stopped getting useful information, and then we stopped doing it.
Weird.
But it gave me a way different perspective on ancient texts. I'm pretty much convinced now that, the Bible, a lot of the Sumerian texts are myths that we view as being either fanciful or maybe a garbled historical record.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of them were written through channeling, basically.
Yeah. Interesting.
And, with a lot of the scriptures, they say that.
Yeah.
But we don't take it seriously. We still consider the authors of the books of the Bible, at least scholars do, consider them to have very deliberately plotted the things that they wrote. And it may have very well have been written sort of as automatic writing. Also in stories of the Ark of the Covenant, and they had those rituals around the Ark, and they had the Urim and Thummim that helped them communicate. Sounded like they were describing these crystals lighting up, different colored crystals lighting up in order to communicate things.
Yeah.
When I was a kid reading that, I just didn't know what context to put that in. It didn't mean anything to me. Now I think about that, and it creeps the hell out of me. I think that's what the high priests of Israel were doing, because the Urim and Thummim and the Ark of the Covenant work together pretty much the same way as a Ouija board does. And later on, many years later on, when Joseph Smith was writing translating the gold plates that didn't actually ever exist, and he had this I think it was a rock, a special peepstone, and he called it the Urim and Thummim. And he put it in the bottom of a hat and looked at it and told his friend who was transcribing for him this is what the gold plates say. That again, there's is a description of channeling.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is
interesting. And there's so many things in the history of esoterica and in religion and mythology that once you look at them from this perspective, they take on a whole different meaning.
Yeah, because it's like, where's this information coming from?
Exactly. And again, we always assume that there's some reason why people wrote things the way they did, but maybe the only reason was because that's what the inspiration was telling them to write. That's what the spirit wanted them to write.
Right. We don't know the motivations behind that, so.
Right. And well, never mind. I could go on and on.
Now, I'm going to jump around here a little bit. What happened with this 2006 Pakistani blasphemy thing that happened with you? I saw that in your bio, and I was like, what? This is crazy. So what happened there? How'd you get in trouble with the Pakistanis?
Well, my husband and I were running a blog at the time that mainly talked about current events and news, and in 2006, as you know, there was a Danish newspaper that published some cartoons of the Prophet Muhammad.
Okay, yeah.
They were doing that basically as a protest against threats that had been sent to a publisher in Denmark they were trying to write a children's book about Muhammad, and it was supposed to be, a sympathetic look at Islam and the history of the story of the Prophet Muhammad for children, and they wanted it to be illustrated. Well, you're not allowed to draw Muhammad according to their interpretation of Islam. And so they started sending threats to this publisher. And then the newspaper printed their own pictures to, protest that, to say, yes, you can't tell us what to print, you know. And then the whole thing just exploded at that point. The newspaper started getting threats and people rioting all over the world, demanding that Denmark curtail the freedom of speech of this newspaper so that Muslims wouldn't be offended.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, there were people in the United Nations and also, amazingly, the heads of Western governments saying, yes, we should censor anything that's offensive to Muslims because it could be a public safety threat.
Yeah.
And so my husband and I, we put up the cartoons and stories about the cartoons, and obviously sympathetic with the newspaper publishers. And we discovered before too long that we were on a list of 12 websites that had been banned by the nation of Pakistan.
Wow.
We were really excited by that. The only reason we found out was because we saw this document on BBC Urdu, and we couldn't read the text because it was in Urdu, one of the languages in Pakistan.
Yeah.
But we saw they had like a screenshot, or they had an image of one of the documents that had been presented before the Supreme Court of Pakistan. And it was blurry, but as soon as I saw it, I recognized the URL of my website on it. And I'm like, oh my God.
Weird.
Of all the websites, because there were tons of websites throughout the world republishing these cartoons, but we made it on the list of 12. And I was so, pleased with that. Around the same time period, our website started getting hacked, and we started getting threats from people overseas.
Yeah.
And, the whole thing got picked up by a number of media outlets. We were on the local news, top story on television, and a local newspaper wrote about it. And then the Washington Post didn't put it in their print edition, but it was on their website. And Michelle Malkin, who's a conservative commentator, wrote about us, and some other big blogs. Little Green Footballs was really big back then. They wrote about us. And, so it was fun. We got to be in the news for a little while, and I got to make public statements about how, at the time, was a serious issue was that Western governments were considering curtailing free speech about Islam. And this is something that actually has never stopped. It has got further and further. There's hate speech laws all over Europe and Canada right now, and they're trying to do it here, too, to prevent people from saying anything that could be perceived as negative about Islam. And in the case of these cartoons, a lot of them weren't even saying anything negative about Islam. It was just a picture of Muhammad. And now we're supposed to observe their religious taboos. That's insane.
Yeah.
And I wrote a open letter to Condoleezza Rice because she also she disgusted me. She made conciliatory remarks and basically told people in America that they should, pipe down about this, and shamed us for standing up for ourselves. And that really made me angry. George Bush also made similar statements. So at the time, it was just something that I was really passionate about because I was afraid, and I still am afraid, of the influence of radical Islam on the West. And you might think, the terrorists are against the New World Order, they're against the empire, and so, we don't have to be afraid of them, but it's like they want to kill us. And moreover, the New World Order, the globalists who are trying to create this global government, they want us all to get along, so they keep trying to push these hate crime laws to try to make everyone in the West observe the taboos of Islam. It's not like the globalists have any respect for Islam, quite the opposite, but it's all part of curtailing free speech. And, if you can get people in trouble for saying something bad about Islam, you can easily expand it into others. And they have. This week we're learning that people who say bad things about homosexuals are not allowed to go to England now. They're on a watch list. And I don't have any problem with homosexuality, but people should be able to say whatever they want to. And the fact that, everyone's now on a watch list, anyone who has a particular opinion that the Homeland Security deems right-wing, and that can include believing in the Constitution, we are in the works having hate speech laws passed right now in the United States that would make virtually everything anyone says suspect. And I do think that we're headed towards this 1984 type world where there's such a thing as thought crime, and that you will get punished if you say the wrong things. And you remember in 1984 there was no rule of law, there was no set description of what the rules are that you can and can't violate. And when you go into hate speech laws, that's basically the way it is too. No one knows what you're allowed to say anymore. It's just all of a sudden you get arrested.
Yeah, or
and
just
so that's
like
what
publicly shamed.
Yes.
Which is at worse almost. Now I take it from what you're saying here about the terrorists that you're not a big 9/11 truther. What's your take on the whole 9/11 thing? And more importantly, in my opinion, I guess, obviously I'm interested in what your take is on that, but you're amazingly bright, and I want to know what you think of, from a fourth wall take, how you saw this whole thing unfold as far as, here in the esoteric end. Because, I've always been more fascinated, I guess, by just how, with the 9/11 thing, we got to see the birth, the rise, and in my opinion, the fall or the stagnation of a whole new branch of the paranormal or the esoteric or the parapolitical, I guess is the proper term to use. Do you know where I'm going with all that?
You're talking about the 9/11 truth movement.
Exactly. And so, it sort of gave us an amazing petri dish to watch what happens when a strange event unfolds like this, and then next thing you know, these groups form, and then they fight each other, and then, they become complacent. And, that's kind of how I've been watching it unfold. In my opinion, I think just the 9/11 thing is passé all of a sudden, ever since the 5th anniversary. Well, maybe it'll pick up steam again in like 2 years for the 10th anniversary, but leading up to the 5th anniversary, it was like, this thing's gaining momentum, this is amazing. And then ever since, it's been like, don't tase me, bro, and, it's gone into a whole different realm where I feel like, maybe the election sort of knocked it off of the primary thing that people were talking about and getting excited about, and then they got all worked up about the election. But I don't know. So now I'm rambling.
That's okay.
But I guess what's to sort of bring it into a finer point, first, what's your take on the 9/11 event?
Mm-hmm.
And then what's your take on the 9/11 truth movement that came out of the event?
Well, when 9/11 happened, I probably had a lot of the same reactions that the conspiracy theorists had, which is the very first thing I thought, this is going to bring in, anti-terrorism laws like we've never seen before. I certainly remember what happened with Oklahoma City and how after that happened, there were all these laws about, identifying potential terrorists. And, I could see, as the towers were falling, I could see our liberties going away as well. I knew that was going to happen. And then when I saw the buildings collapse, I also thought, gee whiz, that looks very similar to a demolition of a building.
Yeah.
But, when a building collapses, what does it look like? It looks like that. By no matter what means, I think it looks like that. I think that I do not believe, personally, that this was all done deliberately, plotted by George Bush and Dick Cheney for a pretext to invade Iraq or to steal their oil or any of these Halliburton, to get contracts for Halliburton. I don't think that they deliberately decided to kill 3,000 Americans and plunge the economy into chaos to achieve that end. I think where these conspiracy theories crop up just naturally is because there is so much secrecy surrounding that event and so many easily falsified statements that, when it's clear that they're lying to you, you can only speculate about what the truth is. And that's what the truth movement has sprung up from, is the government's obviously lying and covering up about something, and so people's imagination just runs wild. And you combine that with the onslaught of a police state, that just ramps the paranoia up so much higher. So I understand why the 9/11 Truth movement started. I personally don't agree with it, and I certainly don't agree with the point of view that has been put forward by, Alex Jones and several others. Basically, there are no real terrorists, and they don't really want to hurt us. We're doing it all to ourselves. I think it's more complicated than that. From my own experience, I know there really are terrorists, and I think that what it is there's a lot more going on there. There's obviously a relationship between bin Laden and the CIA. There was in the past, and there could be more going on there, something that he's really angry about beyond what he's said publicly. That was his motivation for striking back at our empire. And I think that, obviously the government had to have known what was coming to a certain extent. If they didn't, that's pathetic, because you've seen the video of Alex Jones predicting 9/11 like two months before it happened, saying they're going to say that bin Laden hit us and it's going to be the World Trade Center, and that's exactly what happened. So, a person just reading the newspaper could have figured out what was going to happen.
Right.
And there's no excuse, really, for the complete failure of intelligence.
So would you say you fall into, the let it happen on purpose camp?
No. I'm saying not that they let it happen on purpose, but that they're lying about the extent to which they knew about it. They're trying to cover their own asses. They're trying to cover up all sorts of things about their relationship with Al-Qaeda. I do think that there's obviously the intelligence agencies of MI6, Mossad, and CIA. They do business with dirty people all the time. They kind of have to, and so I'm not surprised at all to find out that they have relationships with terrorist organizations. They, even if you wanted to see it in the best light, they would have to get information from these people. They would have to plant their own agents into these organizations. And for all we know, there could be agents of theirs, within our own intelligence organizations. It's like we're in the fog of war, and it's impossible to tell what's real because the government is putting out propaganda, Al-Qaeda is putting out propaganda, other dissident groups in the United States that just want to destabilize the United States are glomming onto that, and it's really impossible to tell what the truth is. But here's what I'm just saying, that we had the biggest national security failure in our history So it's not really surprising that there's a lot of cover-up surrounding it. I think people are filling in the blank when they theorize that, there wasn't really any planes, that we demolished the buildings ourselves. Yeah, I just think that's the imagination run amok because there's not enough information to fill in the gap. You're talking about, you've seen the demise of the 9/11 truth movement, where it hasn't died necessarily, but it's like people aren't as passionate about it.
Yeah, complacency and,
Well, if you recall, Loose Change came out and said there were no planes, or that there was a missile on the plane, there were so many wild claims in the first version of Loose Change, and by the time the version that is now the final version is totally different, and they've taken out so many things that have been proven false. There's just the physics does not stand up to the allegations that were made. 9/11 truth movement itself has had to back off from a lot of its claims. The only thing that remains is the suspicion that we knew ahead of time that we're covering up what was really going on. And I think that has been going on, and the cover-ups have been going on the entire time. One of the things that I think the conspiracy theorists ignore, but this is a real conspiracy that's been going on the entire time, there have been attempts to attack the United States. There have been terrorist attacks within the United States. Nothing on that scale, obviously. But if a guy comes into an airport and shoots people at the El Al counter because he's, believes in the Palestinian cause, that's terrorism. And there was a shooting in Seattle. There was a case, in Michigan or something, where a guy was mowing people down with his car. When they asked him later why you do it, he said it was because of the Palestinian cause, or that the government, that the United States is in Muslim countries. There's been a number of these cases where it meets the definition of terrorism, the type of terrorism that we were supposedly fighting, and Homeland Security would come out and say, well, that's not really terrorism.
Yeah.
And also, I don't know if you remember when there was power failures, strange power failures going on throughout the United States. Especially, I guess, most of them were on the East Coast.
Yeah, like about 4 years ago or something like that. And power went out in New York for like a day or something like that.
Yeah, and then there have been a number of these major catastrophes that have happened, and before any investigation could possibly ever be done, Homeland Security will come out with a statement within 5 minutes saying this is not related to terrorism.
Yeah, they do that all the time, yeah.
And I don't believe them anymore because it's not possible for them to have come to that conclusion within 5 minutes. So to me, during the whole Bush years, I was frustrated because it seemed to me like there were terrorist attacks going on, and they kept covering it up to try to make themselves look good. Like, oh, we haven't had an attack since. See, the Patriot Act is working. Well, what the Patriot Act did, especially when it was reauthorized and rewritten, is it defines all sorts of domestic things like drugs and things that have nothing to do with terrorism as terrorism.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's these things that are actually terrorism, and they're covering it up. So whether this was the intention all along, I don't know, but certainly the result is what we're seeing now. The terrorism laws are being used against us. It's a way of controlling our thoughts and speech instead of trying to get the terrorists, which, as far as I can tell, there was never any serious pursuit of. And not to, I guess, malign all of the people in the CIA and the military and the FBI that have been legitimately trying. But as far as the administration, the overall goal, I don't get it. I don't know what the point was of all this crap we've been doing over the past few years when they haven't been preventing terrorist attacks. They've been covering up terrorist attacks, and now they call us terrorists.
So you like talking about like a reverse cover-up almost? Reverse, if we're looking at it from the 9/11 truth movement point of view.
I don't know. Yeah, the 9/11 truth movement, all I'm saying is that we know from going back to Oklahoma City, there's been this desire on the part of the federal government, this champing at the bit to create this insane police state that we now have, and waiting for a major terrorist attack in order to do it. So you can call that a conspiracy. It doesn't necessarily mean that they caused the terrorist attack in order to make that happen. But it does mean that they were ready as soon as it happened to bring all this stuff into place.
Yeah.
And, you know, it is the definition of a conspiracy is people conspiring, colluding to break the law. There's also things that are called conspiracies where it's basically people operating in their own self-interest and skirting around the law as much as they can, or you know, trying to do things in a lawful manner but still doing things for their own benefit to the detriment of the people as a whole. I think there's tons of that going on. You know, cronyism, that's widespread.
Oh yeah, that's the government for you.
But in addition to that, you know, there's groups of people with specific agendas, and when the agenda is to remove the constitutional protections that are there to protect our freedoms, then yeah, that's a conspiracy and treasonous and needed at the time to be resisted. At this point, you know, it's like I can't believe for so many years now we've been living without habeas corpus, basically. But even I and so many other people still sort of thought back then during the Bush years, well, they must be using this against known terrorists. You know,
yeah.
Even though I didn't agree with the way they were doing it, like my personal position about, you know, torture and having detainees and stuff, it's like I don't care as much if we're talking about enemies on the battlefield, but if we're talking about American citizens taking their rights away, that's wrong. And I can't believe that we've allowed it to happen to the point where, as you may have heard, 2 months ago, a 16-year-old boy who's, you know, white, Christian, not in any camp of terrorists whatsoever, and was just a homeschooled kid. It appears that someone made some bomb threats using Skype, and they copied his IP address. And so the feds came to this house and took this kid away while his parents were out. And they haven't seen him since then. Have you heard about this?
No, I haven't heard anything about this.
I can't figure this out. It was a real news story. It was on the local news. You can watch the video. And yet no one is picking it up yet. We're talking about something that's 2 months old.
Yeah, I've never even heard of this. This is freaky because, you know, that could happen to us, Tracy.
I know. Tim, I'm going to send you this video.
I'll put a link up. I'll embed it on the page, on the show page for folks to check out.
Okay, yeah, that'll work. But yeah, this is what everyone has said the police state would lead to, and it has. They can come into your home at any time, literally take your child away from you and disappear them, and they have no right to defend themselves or even know the details of what they're being charged with. It's unbelievable.
For some parents, that might be a good thing, though.
to have their kid taken away and waterboarded in some secret location.
I'll straighten him out.
No, we laugh, but I mean,
I know.
This is something that it took, you know, finally Prison Planet picked it up and a couple of other, I saw that Ron Paul's Campaign for Liberty had picked it up, but I haven't seen it yet on national news. And I don't know why.
Yeah, that's weird. That's freaky. We'll embed that on the show page so folks can check it out, because that really freaks me out.
It should.
Since we're like, you know, heavy-duty radicals, we'll have like the best spots in the internment camps, because they'll probably round us up first. So we'll have
I just want to be shot in the back of the head.
What's that?
I don't want to go to the camp.
Really?
Yeah, I'd rather just get shot.
Are you for real? I think I could endure the camp for a while. Depending on how bad it is, you know. It could be like you don't have to work or anything, theoretically. Oh, I guess you'd be like slave labor, you think? Oh
yeah, they'll have you like breaking up rocks with a pick just to keep you busy.
Oh, that's no good.
Look, I don't know if you know anyone who's been to prison lately. I had a friend who got locked up for growing marijuana. She went to a federal prison in California, and they have these people working for 6 cents an hour to work for the phone company doing 411 calls.
Oh, really?
Yes, the prison population is already being used as slave labor, contracted out by the prison to other corporations.
Yeah, I know. I saw that on Oz.
Yeah.
I'm not being sarcastic either. There was like a whole story arc on Oz about that.
Okay.
So, yeah, well, I guess.
Yeah, it's not because... I'm just saying, they're not going to let us sit idle, you know?
Oh.
They're going to keep us busy somehow.
Oh, I thought it was going to be like camp. Because they say internment camps, so I thought it would be like there'd be a lake.
Canoeing, sure.
Sure,
campfire.
Arts and crafts, you know, some big softball showdown with the other internment camp.
Yeah, well, maybe it will be. You can just be hopeful.
I'm always eternally hopeful. We should probably wrap it up here because we've taken up a bunch of your time already, and I really appreciate that. I didn't even know what we were going to be getting into here. It definitely turned into a jam session, which was kind of the goal in the first place with this conversation, and just followed all these different threads. I really had a great time talking to you, Tracy. I got to be honest. I just had a blast,
Me too.
I was nervous going in, like I said, because I'm like, I don't know anything about this Holy Grail and stuff, but we really didn't even touch on that. And we managed to plumb the depths of the economy with you, which was amazing and fascinating stuff. And it's great to talk to somebody who knows what's going on here, because most people, like you said, just don't know what's going on with the economy. And before we wrap it up here, what's going on with you? What's next for you? I know, like we talked about, you just dropped the new book not too long ago. I mean, it came out this year. Mind control, sex slaves, and the CIA, and I know you said you got a bunch of different projects in the works and stuff, and of course you got the website there, tracyrtwyman.com. You just sound so prolific, and I'm interested in what may be coming up next for you. So, what do you have cooking?
Well, right now I'm running another blog with my husband, and it's taking up a lot of my time. I've got some other book projects that I don't want to get into that I'm working on, but for the most part, I'm trying to alert people to what's going on and give them reliable information that's not polluted with unsubstantiated theories. So right now, the website's called libertycappress.com.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go there, you're going to be able to find all sorts of news about basically the collapse of the economy and the impending police state and the resistance movements that are popping up in relation to this. So you come to Liberty Cap Press, and you'll find only real information, and then, of course, our opinions about that, but no wild theories about reptilians or anything like that. This is just real information about what's actually going on. libertycappress.com.
All right, sounds good. Yep, I see it here. I just punched it up on my computer. Awesome. So people should check that out for regular stuff from you, and you have books in the works, but they're under wraps right now.
Right.
Sounds interesting. So what about tracyrtwyman.com? Should people check that out too, or is that sort of just like a hub?
It's right now it's sitting there. I'm planning on transforming it a little bit. But yeah, that's where you could go to just find out if I'm doing anything new. I always announce it there. If I'm going to be on a podcast or something like that, I always announce it there. And then a bunch of my articles are available for free there if you'd like to check them out. I used to do a podcast, so there's 12 episodes of my old podcast up there.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about that, that you had a podcast, but it's defunct.
Yeah, I used to work at a radio station in Pennsylvania, and actually that show was being aired on the AM station on Sunday mornings.
Oh, wow.
And then I would put it up as a podcast afterwards. So almost every episode was actually on the radio, except for 2. But
you think you're better than me?
No.
I'm just
if you heard what they paid me to work at that station, you wouldn't think that.
Well, most people pay to get on the radio, it seems, nowadays, so I'm not surprised. All right, so like I said earlier, Tracy, you're just amazingly bright. I'm completely blown away by just how smart you are and just how with it you are with all this stuff, and that you're so young. Like I said, I figured just from your amazing work and your strong writing that you've been doing this, that you were like in your 50s and you've been doing this forever. Do you know what I mean? I mean, you just have you just have a weight to your stuff that's amazing. And I'm just blown away that we're the same age. And I'm excited, too, because, that's awesome. We've been talking about on the show for a long time about young people and how more young people need to get involved with all the different branches of the esoteric. So to find out that someone so prolific and so strong is also part of this, youth movement, I guess you could say, in the esoteric world is a great breath of fresh air and awesome news that I didn't know going into the interview. So I salute you for that.
Thanks.
And we definitely got to have you back on the show because I get the feeling you and I could talk for hours here about all different sorts of stuff, and I really enjoyed the way this conversation unfolded because we just completely threw the notes right out the window and just rolled right into whatever was up next and whatever we want to talk about. And I hope the folks at home enjoyed the conversation as much as I did, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as all of us did, and we can have you back on the show sometime in the future for, all sorts of esoteric discussion.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here.
That does it for this week's edition of BOA Audio Season 4. Big, super huge thanks to Tracy Twyman for coming on the show and for giving us so much time.